plus college foundations, College of Nursing, Bachelor in Science in Nursing, Angels University Foundations, Master in Nursing, Angel University Foundations, Doctor in Philosophy, Major in Educational Management, Isabella College. And our next speakers is the Honorable Yosef Pakil, researcher in public law and political science in Faculty of Law, Hassan First University, member of Laboratory of Research on Comparative Democratic Transitions, member of the Observatory of Research on Participatory Democracy and Civil Society, legal advisor in Clinic Juridique Queen, the General Secretary of Center of Research and Studies on Migrations and Human Rights, the National Coordinator of Students for Liberty. This is an international organization created in United States and have departments in all world countries. And the last speaker for the first session, the Honorable Dr. Karen M. Fernandez, the Vice President for Research and International Affairs, Dean of the College of Hospitality and Tourism Management of IMUS Institute of Science and Technology, Philippines, the Vice President for Education and Accreditation of Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management, and the President of APIM Events Management Service. Okay, they are all our top speakers on the first sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's now for international webinar. All the speakers will deliver their online talk in only 10 minutes because we have to manage the time well so we can finish it on time. It is with pleasure to give the first chance to our guest speaker, Dr. Fatoni Rodley, from the President of ADRI. The President of ADRI, Dr. Fatoni Rodley, would you please?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Professor Dr. Fakhrudin, Director of UPS. And then good morning, the Honorable of Speaker, 15 speakers around the world come to UPS Tegal. And then it is appreciated for the committee because I think this is the largest of the representation of international webinar with the largest speakers, 15. And then it is in one day. But I have some of the, I have a webinar with a 15 speaker is for 1 hour, for 1 month. The Honorable of the Professor Manjinder Singh, how are you today? Mr. Rahul Bandari from India. Yesterday speaks in our ADRI, and then Mr. Catherine, Mr. Christine, Mr. Karen, and the others. I'm very proud with the activity of our board from foreigner of ADRI, and then this is the implementation of our collaboration from Asia, ADRI, and then the others from the Europe, from the Emirate Arab, and then Iraq, etc., etc. This is the first time for us, and then I do hope we will improving and collaboration with the concrete. As you know, all of the words move new era, new normal. And then I'm unhappy now because although in Chitkara University is a bigger campus, at University is a bigger campus, although the UPS is a bigger campus with a bigger building, in Umaha is a bigger building, but now all of them only become a museum. No student, no lecturer, and then all of them become a museum. So we have to make it become a campus if we have activity with a webinar, activity with a online, activity with a consulting online, activity with a how to inauguration online, etc., etc. So with the 15 speakers, we will make a collaboration and we will make a consortium to make a ASEAN or Asia International Virtual Campus. In Indonesia called is a Campus Maya with the name ADRI. Why? Because we have become 1,000, one docent is a lecturer. One docent have to become a lecturer from 1,000 students around the world. Why? Because our campus now become a museum now. No activity over there. No activity of academic. Yeah, although we have a research, we have a collaboration with the visiting professor, a student exchange, there is only by online. There is only by virtual. So I do hope this meeting we can start, become as a consortium of international virtual campus. It's called in Indonesia is Campus Maya ADRI. There is the one point. And then the second point, I'm very happy because 263 participants now in full half. It is in a Zoom, but the others is only to the with the YouTube and with the Facebook. Now we have a facility for it. I prepared 1,000 participants from ADRI. So I do hope everybody if want to join or make our facilities for 1,000 participants, call me, take it and I'll give it for you in Indonesia or around Indonesia. And then the others, I'm very, very happy about the motivation, especially for the UPS. Universitas Pancasakti is the representative of ADRI in international collaboration. So I do Pak Taufik Wong, Pak Fakhruddin, I do hope we can join minimum in a 3 point. There is the first, the point for the international lecturer online. So everybody, 15, we have a 15 lecturer now, can teach in UPS. 15 lecturer now can teach in Umaha. And 15 lecturer can teach in University of Tarlac, yeah, in Philippines, in Moose, etc., etc. So there is one point, and then I think we can. It's no fee. Why? Because we have a program of a visiting professor online, visiting professor online, and now our collaboration can transfer of credit. We have a new regulation of our ministry. Every activity, there is a visiting professor, there is a student exchange, there is a community service. It's become transfer of credit. And then there is a relation. If we have a transfer student exchange in 3 months, It is similar with the 4 SKS, 4 point. And then if you can visiting professor for 1 hour or 3 months, you can become as 3 point or 10 point in 1 semester. Ladies and gentlemen, there is our regulation in Indonesia, and we support it. It's called Campus Maya, Campus Merdeka. And then I have a 30 material for the PowerPoint. I'll send you all when we have 3 months activity. We have a 3-month activity in a 3-month activity in a webinar, and then we available of 30 PowerPoint, and then I will send you. And then the last week we have activity with the United States of America, and then the India, and then the others. We have top participant. It is become 1,200 participants. So I'll send you. What about our activity? There is we can in the other's point, the other's visual. I'll send you about the. Oh, sorry. I'll sharing, but I can sharing about it. Okay, the other's picture. Okay, I'll send you to the 30 PowerPoint. That is very important. How to pass of conflict, how to survive of university, how to survive of the student. In order we have a student. Okay, sorry, the host. I do hope in my screen I can share with my screen in the other screen. I have a 2 screen. Okay, there is available Adri, and then the other is with my photos Toga. There is a 30 material, and then the important one now is only 3. The important one only 3. All of the activity of our activity is become rigid. First is there is we can become a lecturer in the other university abroad or in Indonesia, and then the second we will make a service, community service. The visiting professor is a pass. It is we already activity from Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Taiwan, India, etc. But in the community service, it is important for us because in my campus it is available. Somebody have COVID, and then in my campus, my campus is the biggest. And from Indonesia, the OJT, orang dalam pengawasan, ODP, ya. So we need of the community service from COVID. So that is important for us to make it, and then the next month or next week, we will run 5 model of a community service. The first, how to train the community to know about how to HBS, pola hidup bersih dan sehat, the health lifestyle health life. And then the second is how to become a medical doctor online. And then the other is how to become international experience, maybe international experience from Thailand, from can involve in Indonesia. Into my campus, into my kampung, you know, in Surabaya is the largest person around Indonesia. Surabaya is the largest. So I do hope your help how to we can implementation about the community service to COVID. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there is important one. Thanks to everybody. There is a Miss Jeddah, Miss Rom, Financial Siagian, and then Miss Kanunait, Kanunitiva, etc., etc. I do hope your head to 3 points. The first, you prepare become our lecturer as international lecturer to teach in our campus in Indonesia. And the second, help us to how to implementation your experience international to make a COVID to revolution of COVID. And then the last is how to make a community service and then to become a consortium of campus, virtual campus of ADRI in order we can teach the others. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks. And then I'm sorry if I have a lot of speeches for myself, for my kampung, especially for the COVID, yeah. And then I do in the next March, we will join to activity in United States of America because we were inauguration of United States of America Board of ADRI. So we will arrange in order we can meeting by physically in United States, and we will join with the building of United Nations. Thank you. See you, and God bless us, and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your fruitful speech, Dr. Fatoni Rodli. We are very appreciating of your attendance here. Thank you very much once again. It is an honor for us, so you can join us here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so I would like to invite the second speaker is the Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Witawat Widyasani Satya, the President of Hadia University. Please do.
Thank you, Dr. Yuka. Good morning, everyone. The President Pancasakti University Tegal, Indonesia, the President of ADRI, and all honorable guest speaker and the audience. I'd like to thank the Tegal that conducting just a good topic webinar conference today in topic of reinventing university after COVID era. First, I'd like to give you the idea of Hadia University, some introduction. Hadia University was founded in about 23 years ago. It's located southern Thailand in Songkhla province or district of Hat Yai. Hat Yai is the center of education, center of economics, center of business, and even center of tourism city. The location is approximately only 40 kilometers to the Malaysia border. Then we have many tourists before COVID from Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore to Hat Yai city. Hat Yai University set up, we have offer bachelor degree to PhD program in 6 faculties and 1 international college. We have many international collaboration with many countries such as For sure, Indonesia, we have many USC in Indonesia collaboration with like Tegal, UMK, and any other ADI and any other. We have very good collaboration for exchange student, exchange staff in the past 5 years, and we look forward to have more collaboration like the president talked about it. And I myself enjoy going to Semarang or Central Java. Last 5 years I've been for visit Semarang for 2 times for signing ceremony and give some international lecture. Other university that we have a good collaboration like Malaysia, which is not far from Hat Yai, like UUM, USM, Penang, or even in the border, Unimap or UUM. From China, we have students from Sanya Hainan University, Sanya University from Hainan and from Kunming. We started to have a collaboration with Korea within our students to study at Seoul Beach International School of Business for 1 semester last year. And even United Kingdom, we have signed MOU for 2 universities, Middlesex University and University of Northampton. We plan to have 3+1. That means students can study 3 years in our international college and 1 year in London or Northampton. Last year, we accomplished very good, achieved a goal for us. We applied to UI Green Matrix World University ranking. The first time that we applied for the UI Green Matrix, Indonesia, and we got in the top rank of Thai University, that in the rank of university, or even the world rank of 417 of the world ranking. This is one of our goals to become Green University. We encourage our students to involve in any academics competition. Like if they are business students, we encourage them to come send a application competition. And this year, just last month, they got the winner, the award from that, and many, many more. We get recognized, our students get recognized from the international and national awards, even our staff. In last year, 2019, our student staff of Higher University got outstanding student and staff from the Association of Private Higher Education Institution of Thailand Award. For the research, our researcher have been active in doing research with the community, with the many rural area. Like this year, we have a big project on Hat Yai City learning. The research team has implemented the collaborative research with Hat Yai municipal staff. This research to develop an education the innovation plan in Hat Yai municipal become learning city. And there's many more. From now on, I like to talk about how our university can cope with COVID-19 pandemics and how we can set a strategy for the university after COVID. There's so many reasons we need to learn from COVID pandemics in Thailand. I want to give you some idea what is happening in Thailand. Now COVID-19 outbreak in Thailand almost back to normal, thanks to the government policy against COVID-19 and our doctors, medical staff in Thailand that help to prevent the COVID. Up until now, the number of deaths is still 58 cases for many days, and no new infected case for 40 days already. That means that's a good sign for Thai people, for Thai economy. From my point of view, I would like to give 3 reasons for the first step of success for managing the COVID pandemic in Thailand. First is leadership. We must give a credit to our Prime Minister and our public health officer for taking in charge. One day first spreading of COVID-19 pandemic, the government set up CCSA, which is stand for Center for COVID-19 Situation Administration. This CCSA has centralized and investigated the entire antivirus campaign to control, prevent, and protect the spreading of virus. As you know, right now, we very much control of the COVID new cases, and it recognized as the second world best country for recovering from COVID-19 epidemic. The second, Thailand has developed a universal precaution in fight against COVID-19. The Ministry of Public Health urges everyone to wear the mask all the time, or even stay at home. The lockdown policy and also social distancing has become another factor for success for Thailand. This is a good action to control the infection of COVID-19 in Thailand. The third, I have to say that village health volunteers in Thailand is a key success. There are about 1 million health volunteers all around Thailand working in 75,000 villages. They visit various households and keep updating pandemic information for communities. They work closely with the health officer. This is the key success of against COVID in Thailand. Now, I'd like to talk about how we can cope with COVID-19 and how we can set up a new strategy for our university. 3 years ago, I proposed that in next 5 years, Hat University goal is to become a digital university. So we strive to reach the ultimate goal gradually and just step by step. When COVID-19 outbreak spread throughout Thailand, the government announced that every university have to teach online. Then our university have to overcome to be digital university as expected just only overnight. I would like to thank that all digital technology platform to be user friendly in both lecturer and student, such as Google Meeting, Zoom that we are using right now, and other platforms. University strategy after COVID-19 has become concern, and even we have to think about how we can rebranding our university model at some point. First, I'd like to give some idea of blended learning or online learning. I believe any other honorable speaker will discuss about online learning or blended learning. Since 20th of March, we have to teach online course. All students study from home. No matter you are a bachelor or PhD student, you have study from home. Even our staff have to teach from home as well. At the beginning, both student and staff, they worry and concerned whether they able to proceed the online teaching or studying effectively or not. But with our team support, so we have supporting staff to set up training, even online training about how to use application and remote meeting to staff and lecturer. And we go hand in hand among lecturer, student, supporting staff. And also we monitoring, observing, teaching and learning. We want to make sure we can get the best quality for our students. We are finally, I think we are impressed with what our staff and our students doing. They're doing a pretty good job after all. And I think for this matter, it will become the future benefit for our blended learning online that we have in our UC plan to doing blended learning. Thanks to the technology and communication platform that helping us teaching or even doing examination online without any problem. Second, we have to think about new business model for our university, or even I think it's time for us for rebranding our university. During the last 3 years or 5 years, number of new students in every Thai university has dropped dramatically. This is because Thailand is facing aging society like Japan and other countries. The elderly population will be expanded more than the younger population. According to this reason, our university strategy has to gear toward the new business model. We cannot survive with only tuition fee from students. Therefore, we look forward to implementing a short course online for those who acquire more knowledge in terms of upskill or reskill. Furthermore, academics training service for the community is a great resources and good opportunity for our university or our staff. From now on, building up the ecosystem for the supporting new business model need to be considered. I think the word of economic ecosystem will be an important role in the future to support the new business model strategy for our university. Third, leadership and strategic management in crisis. So many lessons to be learned for COVID right now in anywhere in the world. The university should have some protocol like how to manage crisis in leadership and teamwork. This could be a new cases for the designing a new knowledge management from this COVID-19 pandemic. Despite that, it can be implemented in any related course of the university. For tourism industry in Thailand, since the COVID-19 situation in Thailand almost under control and daily life is almost back to normal. So the government tried to encourage Thai people to travel in the country. Also, travel bubble is, we talk a lot about in the news, we can hear in the news that travel bubble for international traveler has been drafted with 3 phases for opening with 1,000 tourists per day to come to Thailand. Even medical tourists is a main target for the government. That means tourism in Thailand will soon recover after COVID. That means this will give a good opportunity for our students and our staff for doing research in new model, new normal for the tourism industry. Fifth, the partnership and community engagement. The partnership with other university and community engagement is another success for fighting COVID-19. Community engagement will, with research, will play an important role for the university responsibility, and is now the government policy that wanted our university in Thailand to help community that affected in terms of economics crisis from village to the city. The last but not least, I think the number of car accident that's causing the people number of deaths in Thailand, nearly 20,000 deaths in Thailand. 70% of the number, they come from motorcycle, that they are teenager aged between 15 and 24. Therefore, I think it's time for us to reducing, to promoting, to have campaign that university could play this important role for educating young people to protect themselves by launching and reducing accident campaign. Thank you for this webinar. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Witawat Satyarat, for your excellent talk. So the point is building ecosystem, supporting new knowledge management of online or blended learning needs to be considered after the pandemic or in a new normal era. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is the Honorable Dr. Majinder Dhaliwal, the Vice President of Chitkara University. Please do.
Good morning, everybody. Is technology working well? Am I audible?
Yes, sure. Very clear.
Well, I thank OCIA for providing me this opportunity to speak in an international focus group webinar. I thank Dr. Yoga for this, and I thank Dr. Fathuni Rodley from EDRI, who gave me an opportunity to visit and get introduced to Fraternity of Indonesia in education. So since I have 10 minutes, I'll come to the point. So the impact of COVID-19 on the future of education. See, we have three major obstructions while going through this COVID-19 thing. The first obstruction is the closure of academia and closure of universities world over. While entire system was closed, so everything came to standstill in the academia, and it is still closed across the globe. Though essential services are open, but the university system is yet to open. This had a strict obstruction to the admission process across the universities. We also face the same challenges in the admission process. And lastly, when the students are not in the class, we had a challenge in the delivery modules of education systems. Across the systems where we have laboratory classes, where we have classroom training, teaching, everything was closed down literally. These three obstructions broadly had a setback to the curriculum design. We have to change our classroom teaching from classroom to the digital, so the curriculum has to be changed accordingly. Then there are a lot of courses in all universities which need laboratory, which need testing, which need a lot of practice and apprenticeship. Everything has been closed, which cannot literally be taken up onto the digital mode as of now. The third major issue is assessment models. While delivering any education, we need to have an assessment model in place. Online is not that easy to handle as of now because of the technological issues across the globe. So there are three major challenges which are coming up after this. The first challenge is at macro level, there is a lack of infrastructure in this part of the world. When I say lack of infrastructure, it is fundamentally, we are talking of the speed, the internet speed in the countries, and then the availability of optic fibers, and then the availability of maybe the contact and uplinks in various places. Second is a micro level challenge onto the infrastructure. Only 8% people in the age group of 10 to 25 on a laptop or a smartphone in major part of the world. So how to connect these people to a university system is another challenge. The third is the training of teacher. When we talk of a digital education system, a teacher has to be trained for the delivery onto the digital platform. As of our experience, we had seen that all of our teachers are experienced into the classroom mode where they have physical interaction with the student. While delivering a lecture online, a webinar online, their efficiency and productivity goes down practically. While looking at all these things, what we found protocols to be set up. The first protocol we found post-COVID is a smaller classroom wherein a student and a teacher can maintain social distancing. The second is a new means of education. We need to find out new means of education in terms of the delivery of the course. And then the healthcare. Now, as we are into larger population, larger population density in the universities, so healthcare becomes very important aspect of that. And then most important post-COVID scenario is the training of the teacher and the teaching fraternity. We need to make it sure that all the teachers are trained for the delivery of education with the online modules. They have to have a clear understanding that they have to teach internationally now, as Dr. Fatuni said, that now one teacher may be teaching 1,000 students online. We need to assure that these teachers are trained for that. In case of lack of training for a teacher for an online delivery of a module, it becomes very difficult for the universities to take up the courses and for the student also. And then assessment models will also suffer. Lastly, I would like to add up here while lastly, I would like to add up here that while we were trained by various institutions across the globe, we were never told that world will come to standstill like this one day. And we were never told what we are supposed to do in such kind of an event. So all of us are struggling with a kind of thought where we think that there's a lack of and loss of productivity in our delivery and our assessment, which may not be very true. My dear friends, the world was on standstill. We were on standstill. So productivity is not lost. It is a relative term. How did Chitkara University perform in the lockdown? We started off with webinars and we started off with the online Explore series, and we did online interviews and placement. And now we are doing our all admissions on a digital platforms. Since I was given 10 minutes and I sum up my talk, thank you very much, Dr. Yoga, for providing me this opportunity. Thank you very much. I stay open for questions for 1 minute. If there are any queries, please ask me.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Majida, for your wonderful presentations. We are honored to have you here. Well, Dr. Majida, the answer and question session will be at the last session. So we let all the speakers talk, and then we have about half hour, maybe 2 or 3 questions only. That's very short. So because everything should be managed and effectively. I know everybody's busy on YouTube because you're the Vice President of Chitkara University. I know that. Thank you for being here. So the point of your presentation is about the challenge, about human resources challenge for new normal era.
For the record, I would request all the participants that a detailed presentation in the PPT format is with Dr. Yoga,
sure,
with all of you, and I remain open for questions even post this presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Majida. Thank you very much. Okay, so let me conclude of your presentations that we are still facing the human resources challenges, infrastructure, and so on in the new normal era or in the in the future. So because of that we have to and the blended learning is the emphasis of all of the presentations. Thank you very much, Dr. Majida.
In fact, Dr. Yoga, one point I would like to add, a part of blended learning, it is more of flipped classroom which will help. That's what we have established here.
Great.
We give them a course, the student will study that course at home and then come back to the classroom. This is the opposite of the current classroom. So it's more of a flipped classroom model we are following as of now. Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. Thank you very much. So let me invite for the next honorable speaker, Dr. Cynthia Sang from she's the Director of Law International Course Program in Prince of Songkla University. Dr. Cynthia, please do. Dr. Cynthia, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Good morning.
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Yoga for inviting me to this webinar, and thank for all the personnel involved in arranging this seminar webinar for everybody. It's a very interesting topic. Before I talk about the presentation, I would like to briefly talk about the international block course at Faculty of Law in Prince of Songkla University. As I am the director, what I am doing is, or I'm responsible for looking after our international students. We have a lot of students from Indonesia, so I kind of get the sense of humor of everybody from Indonesia, which I really enjoy when I'm teaching. And for the international block course, it's just one semester. So the student will come here for one whole semester, which is about 3.5 months to 4 months. And they will be learning three subjects. They have to learn at least 3 subjects out of the 5 that we provided. And each of the subject is awarded with 3 credit points. I do have some students, they take up to 5 subjects, but it's very demanding, I have to say. Anyway, today my presentation is gonna be focusing on the problems that we face in this COVID situation, and I will be providing some possible improvements in my own opinion, and largely focusing on the legal education because I am having the legal background. Therefore, I can only provide from maybe the legal education aspects of the COVID higher education. Okay, so slide. In general, everybody knows that the traditional teaching method in the university has been largely impacted by the COVID this time. Students cannot come to the classroom, so we don't have the kind of opportunity of having intensive in-class discussion like we do in the legal education. Lecturers in general also find that it's very boring, and it's even more tiring for us to teach online courses because we don't have the feedbacks from the students, and we cannot understand whether the students actually understand the teaching or in our teaching or not. And often they are very quiet in feedback afterwards as well. And other problems that we also have is how to assess students. For legal education, we have another possibility of setting like for the students, which is not very much impact this time. But for those subjects, your exam, I have seen that lecturers have very hard time in terms of verifying the technicality of the students' work, even though that they already employ some new technologies to do that. One example will be lecturers design the same set of questions, but they random the question number, and then students answer the correct answer with the wrong question number. These are the examples that we can see. That will be the assessment part that we have to be careful about. Moving on to talk about other thing will be, I think it's related to the extracurricular activities. Of course, many students come to the university is because they want to enjoy their student lives with other students or with other possible means as well. Unfortunately, because of the COVID this time, my block course students, they only managed to finish most of their teaching part, and then they left without having the additional extracurricular activities which we normally are very proud of, and we organize it every time for them. For example, visiting to the local court trips, and also performance of their Thai dancing and Thai cultural classes. These were all have to be canceled because of the COVID. And students left in a rush, in a hurry, and they were not prepared for this situation, and therefore affect their abilities of doing their remaining work after they have returned home. That are the main problems that we face this time. Of course, the students, they also face other problems, and the thing that they would also face is that I think they have difficulties. What I've observed from my students, they find it very hard to focus and follow the teaching timetable as it should have if they are here. And they also don't have enough learning environment and the settings. And of course, the limited discussion, feedback, interaction, communications with their friends and with the lecturers means that this sense of isolation becomes which demotivate them to continue further in their study. And the technical problems also, technical problems are another major issues that I have faced and the students have faced as well in general. And in terms of the course and in terms of the university as a whole, there are other problems that we also face, which are the student recruitments and how do we recruit enough international students, how to make sure that they are inbound safely and they are outbound safely as well. We have to say that the student recruitments, international student recruitments have been postponed at the moment until the situation has been clarified and has been confirmed. So that is something that we try to keep all our partner universities updates about this kind of information, and hoping that once the situation is clear, we will be able to take the inbound international students regularly as before. That students have also find out is to do with the financial matters. I do have students that have financial difficulties after the COVID situation come up. They are not able to pay the remaining fees. They are not able to get ready for the next tuition fee. We try as a faculty, we try to postpone the deadline for them, but still we cannot waive it because this is beyond our control. And these are the things that we also have to acknowledge as well. Other things that we are trying to do is to make sure that the international interactions and activities are maintained at reasonable level through the online platforms, etc. like today. But still, it takes more time to organize, and it takes more training for everybody to get familiar with this kind of method as well. So that's why I really appreciate that Dr. Yoga really arranged this for everybody. And of course, other problems will be leading to the technical difficulties as well. Then now move on to the next part of my presentation. I just want to say about a few possible improvements that can be used. Of course, like the previous lecture said, that enough training for the lecturers and the students are very important. We expect the student will know how to use the new platform, but actually that's not the case. I talked to the students. Not many people know how to use the new platform, or maybe they know, but not in very details. So I always prepare 2 platforms for the student. Just in case one didn't work out, we can switch back to the old platform. And so I think we should use 2 types of platforms at the same time. We should make it ready and make sure that the student feel more assured that if one thing didn't work out, they still have another thing to go to as well. Another thing that I think can do is to encourage the student to actually participate in the active interactions And we need to constantly checking their performance if we don't see them in the classroom. That is the way to help us to make sure that they understand. Thai students especially are very shy. Normally I will need more time to talk to them. And now, because I don't have that opportunity to talk to them face to face, I will then have to set up more feedback forms for them to send their feedbacks back to me. And I will need to ask, of course, other students, which are more active ones, help me to collect the feedbacks. And if there's any problem, they will be able to forward it back to me. So I'll be able to fix it throughout as well. So for other things that I also want to say is that other things that we're trying to do is try to simulate the in-class teaching as the online teaching. So we will need to tell the students very clearly before the class starts, what are their expectations, what do we expect from them, and what can they expect from us, and then keep them engaged in the teaching schedules as well. And normally my plan is I will give the student very clear structure before the course starts, and I will stick to the plan. Before, I used to have a very plan, but I always change the details throughout the course. But for this time, because we changed to online teaching purely to keep everybody safe, I have informed the student that the structure has been confirmed and we will stick to it no matter what happens. So the student know that what will exactly happen throughout the semester, and they will not be feel left out as well. Before I close off this presentation, I just want to say that this is a very impacting time for everybody. It's challenging, I should put it this way. It's challenging for both the lecturers and the students, but I think it's a good opportunity for us as a lecturer or as the university institution to actually develop a more systematic way of online teaching and learning for them and for us as well. And we can also encourage more independent study and preparation for the students, which will be very helpful for them when they enter into their professional careers in the future. And of course, independent research will be helping them. And of course, it's something that we can help them to build throughout this area as well. And one thing about online teaching is because we are not 100% sure how to do it, they are not 100% sure how to do it. Therefore, we can actually encourage for more collaborations and more cooperations between us. I think that will help the students to actually feeling more involved in the online teaching as well. But I have to acknowledge that online teaching will not be 100% efficient in terms of delivering all the materials and engage the students in the discussions, which we value a lot in legal education. So I think that in the post-COVID era, we can find a balance between online teaching and offline teaching. We can shift more to online teaching, but we need to still value the importance of offline teaching as well. And we will need to have to encourage the student to be more confident in doing independent research instead of relying on the lecturers and their friends to tell them what to do. They should know, they should start to have the motivation to do independent research and studies for themselves. And of course, we will need to provide enough support for the students, for them who have the problems in accessing the IT equipment and the resources, etc., and teach them how to use different platforms and the methods in online teaching as well to build them the confidence for them and for ourselves in terms of completing the online teaching and learning as well. So I think that's everything that I want to say. I hope that's within 10 minutes time. Thank you for your patience. If you want to talk to me more, please email me. I can be reached by my email, chien.t@psu.ac.th. And I will be, hopefully in a few months' time, after I finish the first round of the survey of online teaching, I'll be able to provide more constructive advice and suggestions for everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Cynthia, for your wonderful presentations today. So the point is that balancing in teaching, because that if the online is not effective, then we have the offline. Perhaps it is more effective. And also students making what we call it, how to engage students to stay motivated in online or offline. That's very important also. And how engage the students to get access in IT equipment is also very important. Thank you, Dr. Cynthia, for wonderful presentations today. Now, let me invite the next honorable speaker, Dr. Reggie Bautista from Dean College of Nursing System Plus College Foundations. You have 10 minutes. Thank you. Dr. Reggie, please. Are you there?
Hello, good morning. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Okay.
Good morning. So you have 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I share screen?
Yeah, sure. We will share screen. This one? Can you see that?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, is it okay that I am the one who I will share?
You want the one who will share? Okay, thank you. So you can do that, please.
Okay, wait. Make it
Wait. We try to manage it. Wait a moment. So you can do that.
Everyone are okay and healthy, because this is the time of the COVID pandemic crisis all over the world, and we are now here to have our webinar series, a webinar lecture. This is an international webinar wherein we have to reinvent or reopen our schools or universities in this time of pandemic. So I am the one was tasked to discuss to you the what's in the Systems Plus College Foundation. Okay. So good morning. So I am Dean Reggie Bautista. I am the Dean of the College of Nursing here in Systems Plus College Foundation, Angeles City, Philippines. So here we should have our updates now for the COVID-19. Globally, as of July 6, 2020, there are been 11,327,790 confirmed cases, and also we have also 532,340 deaths reported by WHO. In the Philippines, okay, from January 30 to July 6, there have been confirmed cases of 44,254 and 1,297 deaths, according to COVID-19 WHO tracker. Now, as governments worldwide set up to combat the COVID-19 outbreak, educators and their schools are doing their part to support each other and their students and their communities. Actually, in the countrywide school closure all over the world, okay, there are 123 countries that most of their schools or universities are closed. Okay, and the learners here are also have a problems because they can go to school. It's more on online, it's more on modular. So there are 1 billion, okay, of learners impacted here, affected in this time of pandemic. This is according to our Educational International COVID-19 website. Okay, so what is Industrial Revolution 4.0? Obviously, the entire world now, okay, is affected by the pandemic, and schools everywhere face adversity. For Philippines, higher education system, the CHED, the Commission on Higher Education, and also the DepEd, okay, or the Department of Education. Sorry, you cannot see my presentation?
Oh, we would like to share, or you want to share? It's all up to you, but we cannot see your presentation.
Sorry.
No problem.
That's it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So we can see that.
So I'll go back to my lecture. So here, globally, as of July 6, there are 11,327,790 confirmed cases of COVID-19. So all over the world, and there are also deaths here, and 532,000 deaths worldwide. Okay, reported by the World Health Organization. In Philippines, okay, from January 30 to July 6, there have been 44,254 confirmed cases and COVID-19 with 1,297 deaths. Okay. So here, obviously, the entire world is affected by the pandemic and schools everywhere face adversity. So according to Educational International COVID-19 Tracker, there are 123 countries, okay, wherein their schools are already closed, and there are 1 billion of learners are affected here, and there are 600,000 of educators, teachers, universities, and colleges are affected in this time of pandemic. Okay, so here, for the Philippines, a higher education system, okay, and CHED and DepEd are presented a plan, a continuing learning plan, okay, for the reopening of the colleges and universities, and reopening the schools while preserving the health of students, faculty and staff is the compelling objective. Sorry for the distortion. Sorry. So the Commission on Higher Education and Department of Education have presented a plan for reopening colleges and universities. So here, every institution should implement best practices, including the symptom screening, diagnostic testing, contact tracing, isolation of cases and quarantine of contacts, use of masks, and densification of living arrangement, classes, and events. And transmission on campus must be swiftly identified and contained. Philippines has responded also to COVID-19 in a timely, effective manner in overall. And the Commission on Higher Education and the Department of Education in the Philippines sweet. Did you see my presentation, Ma'am Yoga?
Yeah, sure. We see that clearly.
I have a problem in connection. That's now the challenge. In our teachers and educators, the connectivity in doing our lesson plans and doing our discussions, that's a big problem now we are facing. Okay, and also here, the DepEd and the CHED of the Philippines has the authority to set policies and procedures for colleges and universities. Local, state, and federal governments all play a role in public health policy, with leaders striving to do the best for their constituents. And as we all know, no single entity can mandate the best policies. Further, public and private colleges and universities all over a degree of autonomy that can undermine a set of policies and procedures that should be followed to safely reopen. Indeed, that autonomy should be used wisely to reopen with procedures unique to specific circumstances facing its institution. Now, what is Industrial Revolution 4.0? Okay, before I go further to the Industrial Revolution 4.0, let's first discuss here overview what are the revolutionary industry revolutions, okay, in the world. Okay, that we have the first, second, and third, and the new one is the fourth Industrial Revolution. In the late 18th century, the United Kingdom was the birthplace of the first Industrial Revolution, for it was hot air, yes, is more on mechanization through steam engine that allowed the first industrial revolution to happen. This was a revolution of steam power, machinery, factories, the arrival of modern methods of production, thus migration from manual forms of manufacturing to machine-led automation. Textiles were dominant industry and workers needed physical skills, basic mechanical engineering skills to handle the increasingly powerful machines. Among the major developments at the time, automation led to industrial scale printing. As a result, the world of publishing flourished. Books, newspapers, pamphlets, coinciding with significant increases in literacy levels. By the end of the 19th century, manufacturing processes had become more refined and more efficient. What followed was the second industrial revolution in the 19th century. It's more on the mass production through electric energy. When better engineering and automation released workers, but the mass manufacture of steel, the greater use of both chemicals and electricity led to significant industrial growth. Indeed, while the Industrial Revolution started in England, it's impacted to exponential growth in GDP per capita across most continents, but most notably in Europe and later in the United States. Educating this increased population became a priority to provide educated labor to prevent civil unrest and to raise living standards. So, in 1870, the Elementary Education Act was introduced, the first of a series of acts over the next 30 years that brought about compulsory education, first at primary level and later at the turn of the 20th century, okay, at the latter of the 20th century, intelligent information revolution through computer, okay, through computers. So here, in the 20th century, according to William Stern, as a German psychologist, he recognized the importance of knowledge and cognitive skills and developed the concept of IQ. Okay. If you still remember this, the first is more on mechanization of hand water steam, air steam. And the second revolution is more on mass production. On the third revolution is more on computer and automation. And on the fourth is more on the cyber. As you can see, okay, in this area, okay, in 1912, IQ was established. Okay, knowledge and cognitive skills and developed the concept of IQ. And Dr. William Stern proposed IQ, or an intelligent quotient, a measure and comparator of human intelligence. This became an educational framework that was used extensively throughout the 20th century. As the century progresses, economic growth was underpinned in the role of development of financial markets to facilitate industrial expansion. Strong legal, professional, and cultural foundations was enabled, entrepreneurs flourish, and consumer society develops. Here, by the 1960s, we are now experiencing the third industrial revolution. Yes, now let's proceed to the 21st century. In the 21st century, in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, that's a part is today, the boundary lines between the different industries are becoming blurred, just as our physical, biological, and digital worlds are fusing together. The economy and indeed life in general are rapidly advancing towards a world of nanotechnology, big data, Internet of Things, and many of the technological innovations. Much of our day-to-day lives are now spent online, from shopping to news, from health services to entertainment. Digital has become the new norm. Okay, now in this area, okay, as we all know here, okay, Wi-Fi connectivity is very important nowadays because a majority of the countries, okay, in the whole world are locked down. Okay, so here we have to use now the digital education. Digital education is the innovative use of digital tools and technologies during teaching and learning, wherein here it is termed as an e-learning. And what is digital literacy? Digital literacy is the ability to use information and communication technologies to find, evaluate, create, and communicate information requiring both cognitive and technical skills according to American Library Association. As we all know, okay, the digital literacy has processes, okay, is start teaching, learning, self-development, communication, collaboration, and information also. Now, in our school, we are using a lot of the educational platforms and tools online, and we are using this, okay, as a formative assessment tools. We are using Kahoot, Flipgrid, Quizlet, and others. In learning management system, we are using Zoom and Schoology and Google Classroom as a part of discussion. Okay, now, what are the 4 ways COVID-19 could change how we educate future generations? Okay, actually here, the COVID-19 crisis may well change our world and our global outlook. It may also teach us about how education needs to change to be able to better prepare our young learners for what the future might hold. And these lessons is for, number 1, educating citizens in an interconnected world. COVID-19 is a pandemic that illustrates how globally interconnected we are. There is no longer such a thing as isolated issues and actions. Successful people in the coming decades need to be able to understand this interrelatedness and navigate across boundaries to leverage their differences and work in a globally collaborative way. And we are very happy that our school has a collaboration to agree. And we are in good partnership. Okay? And second is redefining the role of the educator. Here, in the number 2, redefining the role of the educator or the learner. Here, the notion of an educator as the knowledge holder who imparts wisdom to their teachers is no longer fit for the purpose of a 21st century education, with students being able to gain access to knowledge and even learn a technical skill. More of on their phones, tablets, and computers, we will need to redefine the role of the educator in the classroom and lecture theater. This may mean that the role of educators will need to move towards facilitating young people's development as contributing members of society. Number 3 is teaching life skills needed for the future. In this ever-changing global environment, young people require resilience and adaptability, skills that are proving to be essential to navigate effectively through this pandemic. And number 4, unlocking technology to deliver education. The COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in educational institutions across the world being compelled to suddenly harness and utilize the suite of available technological tools and platforms in the World Wide Web. Okay. Educators across the world are experiencing and these are new modes. This is now the new normal, okay, of instruction that have previously been largely untapped, particularly in the kindergarten to grade 12 to college. These 4 ways of COVID-19 that could change, that could shape in the education, that's according to World Economic Forum. And there are a lot of generations in the workplace. Yes, and I think I belong in the group of millennials. And now we have now the group of Gen Z or Generation Z. And Generation Zs, these are very, very good in digital. These are very good in technology. They may view smartphones and other devices as an essential. Okay? So compared to previous generations, they can be more focused on the essence of a person. Okay, so here a large part on how technology shaping, okay, their relationship, their workplace, and also to their learning. So here, digitalize or digital skills is very important in Gen Z generation. Okay, technology here is a must for schools catering to Gen Z. See, okay, in the picture, a student attends an online class at home as students return to school and has been delayed due to novel coronavirus in China. Okay, so it's just online. And also you are using smartphones, okay, watching videos, okay, other learning management system, okay, studying at home. Okay, so the question is, are the teachers ready to conquer the digital technology? Okay, if the learners are ready, how about the teachers? And there is a survey in the Philippines, a survey on teachers' readiness for distance education. And here, mostly they have the problems of connectivity, connections. Second, the gadget. These challenges now is connectivity, have outdated device, the volatility of the technology, the institution limitation to support, and data costing, because internet and also data, okay, in a gadget is very expensive, so it's very costly. So that's a part of challenges now, okay, in the education. Now, what is the SPCF initiative? SPCF is Systems Plus College Foundation, where I belong, and we are now in the new normal, and we are now giving to our students of online and modular learning, a flexible learning, a blended learning, and we are giving free Wi-Fi routers and free USB drive to their materials. And as you can see here, the students can now avail of an Acer laptop. So if the student has no laptop, he can avail in the school, and it must be deducted in the tuition fee. So here is these are now the platform of our school, okay, in terms of this pandemic. Okay, so here in our school, we are before the in the campus, there is a sanitation first, and then there is contact tracing here. Okay, so he has to fill up a form, okay, in order to monitor, okay, this student if ever there is a high risk or there is a fever or symptom. Okay, and then after he fill up the form, he will go now to the booth, disinfection booth, and that is the project initiated by the first in engineering. And then to sanitize, okay, and then as you can see also here, okay, another alcohol disinfection. We are also observing the social distancing. Okay, our school have this virtual hub or virtual laboratory. If the students, okay, has no gadget or laptop, even also the faculty. Okay. So this is our virtual lab or virtual hub center. We're in here, the online and the modular classes held. Okay, and this is a sample of the online learning. Okay, in our school, we are using now pre-recorded materials, asynchronous type. So here I will show you I will show to you the asynchronous type of learning. Did you see it? No.
No,
Sorry.
it's okay. Dr. Reggie.
How about this, Dr. Yoga? No? Okay. Now, I have a problem with technicalities here. It's a part of a video that the teacher here is discussing a lesson, okay, in a video presentation, and that is pre-recorded. So we are using asynchronous type of learning. Okay. And that's it for our discussion. And thank you for listening. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Dr. Reggie. Please, would you please bring the host back to me again? Because you are now the one who handle everything. Now you close it and let me do that.
Click the
mute one. Click what?
No, this one. The three dots.
Click the three dots
on my
on your screen.
On your picture.
On your picture. On your picture.
Okay.
So the host will be mine again. Thank you.
No.
Okay. Host disable participants.
Click the three dots.
Click the three dots on your picture.
Okay. And then
Here.
Mean in the corner up.
On the Buyoga.
Oh.
No.
On my picture.
Yeah.
On my picture. On my picture.
Click the three
On
dots.
my picture. Sorry.
And
On
then
my
make
picture.
host.
Click the three dots on my picture above.
Make host. And
Yeah.
then
So, okay, have you done?
yes.
Okay.
not really.
Not yet. I cannot operate everything because you have just taken it from us.
3 dots.
So please
Make
3
us.
dots on my picture. You see my picture on the screen?
Yes.
And then, okay, above you see 3 dots and then click it.
The host.
Click the horse.
Host.
Yeah, can you do that? Are you able to do that? Not yet. Host disabled. Okay. Not yet. We cannot do that. Still.
It is done, Professor Yoga. Now you are host.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Machinder. Thank you for helping me. Thank you so much. Okay, so, well, Dr. Reagan, thank you for your nice presentations. The one thing that I would like to know more is about a survey on teachers' readiness for distance education. That's, I really want to know, maybe we want to know further about that, maybe in the Philippines, but later we talk about that, okay? So now let me invite the next honorable speaker, Yosef Bakil, Dr. Yosef Bakil, a researcher in public law and political science, Faculty of Law, University Hassan I, Morocco. Dr. Yosef, please do.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. So, firstly, I will thank Madam Yoga for your invitation in the international webinar. As well as I will thank all the organizers of this international webinar. I will thank all the speakers and participants from all countries and all disciplines and major. So my presentation is entitled The Reopening Universities After COVID-19 period, 2 points, difficulties and solutions. So, in the special health situation of COVID-19 in which the world lives, the education in universities and schools was suspended by the COVID-19 in all world countries. So the only solution to save the education and to solve is the e-learning. Even some countries don't have the necessary resources. I talk about technical and logistical resources to implement the e-learning with the correct way. Even the challenges faces the success of this experience, like the computer literacy for the professors and students, as well as the adaptability struggle and the time management. Even all these challenges, the e-learning can solve the problem and save the education during the pandemic. So today, after the end of this university year, we talk about the reopening of the universities again after the COVID-19 period, of course. This next university year, not like the previous year. And this time, the universities open their campus, but with a new system, of course, new procedures and new measures. And all this, it's depend on the COVID-19 evolution, because for now, we don't know yet if this virus will end soon or not. We hope that, but we don't know for now. Related with our subjects, I want to talk in my presentation about 2 points. The first one is about the difficulties of the reopening of the universities after COVID-19. And the second point is about some solution to facilitate the reopening of the universities after COVID-19 period. So in the chapter 1, we talk about the difficulties of this reopening of universities, of schools, in the next university year, of course, after COVID-19 period. So in this chapter, I want to talk about some difficulties of or to reopening the universities after COVID-19 period related with the effects on the universities died COVID-19. So the first difficulty is the financial situation of the universities. After the suspending of education, the universities has a big financial loss related to their investment in their activities or in their projects, as well as the incomes from the international students and scholarships for this year and the next as
We cannot hear your voice. What's up?
Di sana koneksi internetnya. The internet connections.
Hello, Yosef? Dr. Yosef, please. I cannot hear your voice. Hello? I cannot hear your voice. What's up?
He's gone.
I don't know.
Log out.
Hello? Accept me. Accept me. Accept.
Wait.
Okay, okay. Accept. Please. Ayo, Nana. Hurry up. Technical problem. So wait a moment. In 2 seconds, please. Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry for the technical problem, but not us, but perhaps the speaker. The speaker's internet connection. It's just
Connection
just
problem.
Yeah, it's a connection problem.
He's trying.
I want to open now. Okay, wait. The speaker is trying to open again, so please stay on. We are really sorry for this trouble.
Dr. Yoga, Are you hear me? Dr. Yoga, are you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Now it's good. I don't know what is the problem.
I don't know either, too. You can continue the presentations, by the way.
My connection is good.
Yeah.
You don't hear me from the beginning or what?
No,
From the
no.
beginning of my presentation or just in the middle? What?
My technical problem. Oh, so
What?
you can, it's perhaps technical problem, Dr. Yasser, so please. Yeah, he
I
is
should
very
start
good.
from the beginning or what? I should repeat all
Yeah,
my
yeah,
presentation. It's better.
not,
It's better.
yeah, okay, it's okay.
So
You can do that.
my presentation, it's now you hear me good.
Okay, continue.
My presentation is entitled The Reopening Universities After COVID-19 Period, the Difficulties and the Solution. So, as an introduction in the special health situation of COVID-19 in which the world lives, the education in universities and school was suspended due to COVID-19 in all world countries. So the only solution to save the education and to solve the problem in this situation is the e-learning. Even some countries don't have the necessary resources. I talk about the technical and logistical resources to implement the e-learning with the correct way. Even the challenges face the success of this experience, like the computer literacy for the professors and students, as well as the adaptability struggle and the time management. Even all these challenges, the e-learning can solve the problem and save the education during pandemic. Today, after the end of this university year, we talk about the reopening of the universities again after the COVID-19 period. Of course, this next university year, not like the previous years, and this time universities open their campus, but with a new system, new procedures, and new measures. And all this, it's depend on the COVID-19 evolution, because for now, we don't know yet if this virus will end soon or not. Related with our subject, I want to talk in my presentation about 2 points. The first one is about the difficulties of the reopening of the universities after COVID-19. And the second point is about some solution to facilitate the reopening of the universities after COVID-19 period. So my presentation is divided to 2 chapters. Chapter 1, I will talk about the difficulties of the reopening of the universities after COVID-19 period. Of course, not all the difficulties, but some difficulties in my point of view. So the first difficulty is the financial situation of the universities. After the suspending of education, the universities has a big financial loss related to their investment and their activities or in their projects, as well as the incomes from the international students and scholarships for this year and the next year, as well as the transition to the e-learning was very expensive, especially for some universities who don't have a big incomes. So now we move to the second difficulty is the student pressure. In the next year, universities, especially here in Morocco, will have a big organization problem. due to the students' pressure. Why that? Why this problem? Because the universities here postpone the exams to September. September here is the beginning of the university year. So to the beginning of the next university year. So the exam and the beginning of the university or of the beginning of all courses will be in the same time, as well as the student interest change due to this pandemic. Now, almost all students want to study the major and disciplines related with the health and science topics like medicine, nursing, and other major. That will be a big pressure for some majors and some scholarships, and all that will change the world system of scholarships, of course. Now we move to the third difficulty, the education process getting floundered due to COVID-19. Some university students cannot during pandemic to use the e-learning for different causes. In the next university year, those students cannot continue their lessons and studies in the normal and the correct way. That, on the one hand, on the other hand, the students who use the e-learning during pandemic this year, they will use the classical education again. What about them and their adaptability? I talk, of course, about Morocco. What about them and what about their adaptability struggle during this change in the way to learning between the e-learning and the classical learning? From the first, they study with the classical learning. After that, during pandemic, they study with the e-learning, and after pandemic, they study with the classical learning. So what about their adaptability struggle of these students, as well as these universities who invest a lot in the technical and logistical resources? And what about the government too? They invest, implement the e-learning during pandemic, but in the next year, we will return it to normal and classical education. So all this investment will be a big financial and educational loss for the universities and for the government too. So that's all about the first chapter, talking about the difficulties. Now we move to the chapter 2, some solution to facilitate this reopening of universities after COVID-19 period. So the majority of countries until now don't have a clear vision or a success strategy to reopening the universities after COVID-19. Morocco too in the same situation. So because that, we try to find and create a few solutions in our point of view as researchers and academics to facilitate this reopening. That's what I will talk about it in this chapter. And I will divide this chapter to 2 points. The first one is about some solution related with the problems and the difficulties I talk about it in the first chapter. And the second one is about other solution to end success and correct reopening. So for the first point, I talk about the supporting universities financially from the government, especially universities who has a big financial loss to can get a correct begin in the next year. So the first thing who facilitate the reopening of those universities is the financially supporting for the universities from the government. Now we talk about the create a clear strategy from the universities to know how they will manage and organize it, the students' process. For example, here in Morocco, we have in the next year the exams and the courses. I talked about that in the same time in September. So the universities here should implement a clear strategy to can manage and organize it all these student process and stay away from a random management. Are you hear me? Are you hear me good? So
Yeah.
for the third solution to facilitate this reopening, the e-learning as a solution. In my opinion, we shouldn't lose this experience of e-learning we implement this year in Morocco. Universities, also government made a great efforts to implement this experience for the first time in Morocco. After all that, we returned to the classical learning the next year. I'm not agree with that, so we can maybe do a new system of education and learning in universities. In my opinion, we can combine traditional learning with the e-learning. I will give you an example to understand in that.
Ya,
For
Nak.
example,
Oh, Nak. Ya. Salam apa, Nak?
what? Okay, I will give you an example. As a first step in this way, the students who have, for example, 30 hours courses in week can have 20 hours courses with the classical learning and 10-hour courses with the e-learning. This example as a first step, and we can after that develop it in future. So my opinion is the e-learning is very important for a good and correct future of universities and education and even and the scientific research too in all majors and disciplines. Now, I will talk about my second point of solutions, and it's about some precaution and steps the universities, also the students, should respect this precaution for a safely reopening. The second point is some general hygiene measures. All universities should follow several general measures. So students and staff should avoid traveling abroad during the pandemic. All departments should have sufficient stockpiles of PPE, the mask, and sanitizing materials and thermometers. Schools and faculties should encourage personal hygiene practice, such as washing hands frequently and not touching eyes, nose, or mouth. Windows should be left open for air ventilation. Social distancing of 5 feet indoors and 3.3 feet outdoors should be kept. Students and staff should wear masks inside the classrooms and while taking public transportation when social distancing is not feasible. Food should not be shared. Students and staff should seek medical help when they develop upper respiration symptoms, fever or headache or another thing. And universities should leave only one entrance open at each main building and set up screening station to check temperatures for everyone during work hours. And that is just some of the measures we should implement for the correct reopening of universities. So, as a conclusion, this is all about my presentation. I tried to touch all the important points about this subject, of course, in my opinion and my point of view. And I'm sure the other presentation and the other honorable speakers will touch the other point of this subject, If someone have any question or inquiries about my presentation, I am here to answer you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentations, Dr. Yosef. So we can see there was a problem, but after that we can you can handle. So it's very clear. So the point is you support for the blended learning, not back to the classical learning that for the first time in Morocco for implementing online learning, and then also you support for the government to help the university financially, and also creating a clear strategy to avoid a student's pressure is a must or obligations. Is that the point, Dr. Yosef? Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Yosef. So let me invite the last speaker of the first session. She is Dr. Karen Fernandez, the Vice President for Research and International Affairs of IMUS, Institute of Science and Technology, Philippines. Dr. Karen, are you there, please?
Yes. Good morning.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So it is a great honor and pleasure to be here today to discuss this very timely topic with you. Can you share my slide?
Sure.
Currently, the worldwide situation in the education sector is facing a huge impact as a result of COVID-19. So with universities forced to shift their teaching Thank you. COVID-19. So with universities forced to shift their teaching to e-learning and blended learning modes. So academics had to adapt to this change, both by way of teaching and assessment process. So this has generated several challenges for both teachers and students. So here are some of the most common challenges undergraduate students are currently facing with online classes and how to address them. So can we have my slide back, please? Okay. Okay, the first on my list is technical issues. Okay, so unfortunately, technical issues are bound to happen in an online-only environment. So there are moments when computer will suddenly shut down during live classes through video conferencing or unstable internet connection. So the solution for this is to stay in touch with professors and inform them about what's happening. They will hopefully understand and be flexible about the situation, and perhaps even a recording class sessions as a backup. Second is distractions and time management. So while studying from home or wherever students may be, there can be more distractions than usual. So especially with family and possibly younger siblings around, and possibly additional responsibilities. Therefore, time management becomes more challenging. So students should try to identify a quiet time and place in their house to complete their coursework if possible. So even if that time is late at night. So if their other responsibilities become too overwhelming, the students should consider talking with their academic advisor about course load options for the semester. So next is staying motivated. So given the students may not be attending class at a set time on a physical campus, finding the motivation to get started on coursework can be difficult. So the solution for this is to create a daily schedule and finding a productive workspace. So it can also help to simply focus on the ultimate goal. Next is understanding course expectations. So the sudden switch to online learning has left some students confused about some course requirements for the rest of the semester. So they may wonder, for instance, if a final group presentation is still happening, given that students can no longer meet on campus, or if they need to complete laboratory coursework. Students may also wonder whether their classes will have live lectures through video conferencing at a set time on a certain day, or whether students are expected to learn the material on their own time. So the solution for this is the students should be proactive in asking their professors questions about course expectations and whether there are any changes to requirements given the transition. So whether classes will be held live varies depending on the school, professor, and the discipline. Next is lack of in-person interaction. So that's another challenge in online classes, lack of in-person interaction. So the lack of in-person interaction with both professors and classmates can be particularly challenging. So the adjustment can be particularly difficult for students taking classes that are better suited for the face-to-face format, like those with science laboratory components. So the solution would be the students should take advantage of the tools at their disposal. So while not ideal for all learners, the best alternative to actual face-to-face interaction may be video conferencing programs or platforms like what we're using today, Zoom, Skype. We also have a GoToMeeting or Google Meets, and we can also use FaceTime. Talking on the phone with classmates or professors is also an option. So next is adapting to unfamiliar technology. So given the transition to online classes, the students are now adapting to some digital tools. Okay, and I think all of us have had to learn to use the technology in the last couple of months. We're attending several webinars that some of us have never heard of. Okay, so the solution is use the resources available through your respective universities. While this can include reaching out to technical support, students should determine whether they can save themselves time by looking up answers to their technology questions online or watching a video tutorial. Uncertainty about the future. So the sudden switch to online classes has caused anxiety and raised questions among students about their academic futures. Some are considering taking the semester off if their school continues to stick with online classes. Okay, therefore, the students should speak with an advisor or student support services as needed to determine whether adjustments can be made to their course schedule or a future semester if needed. So I think that would be all that I can share. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Dr. Karen. Dr. Karen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yoga.
Yeah, thank you for outstanding presentation. So the point is lecturers and students must be adapting themselves to unfamiliar technology, especially in the new normal era or after COVID-19. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so now we come to the question and answer sessions, but I would, because of we have to use time effectively, so I would like to pick only one question because we have the next session. One question from
Ibu Nurinda.
Ibu Nurindah Ihsan Nizar to everyone. Ask question. Where is Ibu Nurindah? Is Ibu Nurindah here? Is Ibu Nurindah here? Okay, so in several regions in Indonesia show the curve affected
Yes, I'm
by...
here. I'm here.
Oh,
I listen.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Nurindah. Would you please read your question? And to whom is your question? Thank you. Hello, Ibu Indah. Hello,
Okay,
Ibu.
I have to read it again. I have to read my question.
Please
Okay,
do
okay.
that.
Okay, I'm in Sulawesi. Yeah, in our place, COVID is not quite increased, but on my hometown in Sulawesi, yeah, so the cure affected by the COVID outbreak greatly increased. So I focus on about the various obstacles that are difficult to disentangle. Then my question is, what are the solutions that can be done by and then we as theater, especially in educational institution, okay, to
Ibu Indah, we cannot hear you well. Hello, Ibu Indah. Ibu Indah, so can I help you to read it? Okay, can you tell me to whom is your question? To whom is your question?
Okay, I pass again the, okay.
No,
I
can
saw
you tell
you
me?
then.
Yeah, okay. It can be read well, so to whom is your questions? Tell us, please.
Oh yeah, okay. I put it at the end of chat. Thank you.
Okay. Now, hello. To whom is your question, Ibu Indah? To whom?
Whoever.
Oh, okay. So we have
Thank
Dr.
you.
Karen
Yep.
and also Dr. Yasef here. Dr. Karen, would you please answer the questions from Ibu Indah? Thank you. Dr. Karen?
I'm sorry, I'm still reading the question.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
COVID-19. Okay, so she's asking what can be done by students and parents, the community and educators, especially in educational institutions in the face of new habits in the new normal era. We have to sorry. I think majority of not majority, almost 100% of institutions right now are adopting it's either e-learning or blended learning modes. Okay, this is the new normal, and whether we like it or not, we have to adopt the technology. Of course, we're not allowed yet in the Philippines to conduct face-to-face classes. That's why we have to adopt the new normal, which is the blended learning, um, live teleconferencing, and using different kinds of platform. As mentioned a while ago, we can use Zoom or other platforms used by different universities in the Philippines.
Thank you, Dr. Karen, for the answers. Ibu Nur Indah, does that answer your question? Hello, Ibu Nur Indah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, as I did.
Yes.
Okay.
Here, I'm still here. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you.
the answer.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Ladies
thank
and
you.
gentlemen, so now we are going to have the second session. So I would like to introduce all the speakers of the second session first. The first speaker is the Honorable Dr. Dunyarat Boyosho. He got his master degree in Konkan University, doctoral degree in Universal Ministries of the King College, director and manager of Miftahuddin Banplatai School, vice mayor of Natawinok Municipality, the president of private schools at Special Zone Association of Songkla. And the second speaker is the Honorable Dr. Christine Anfer, the Director of External Linkage and International Affairs, Tarlac University, Philippines, Doctor in Educational Management at the Pangasinan State University, earned special program certificates on Communication Service Program at the Ateneo de Manila Graduate School of Business, ASEAN Leaders Program in Singapore and New York from Common Purpose and ASEAN Foundations, internationalizations of higher educations in Canada from the Canadian Bureau of International Educations and the Commission on Higher Educations. And the third speaker is the Honorable Dr. Kanan Kudayar Hassan. He is head of the English Department, College of Education for Women, member of the Central Committee of Iraqi University Partnership, member of Iraqi Academic Syndicate, lecturer at Departments of English Translations and Media, Colleges of Education for Humanities, Education for Women and Arts, Tikrit University, director of Department of Scholarship and Cultural Relations, Tikrit University, associate director of Department of Scholarship and Cultural Relations, Tikrit University, director of Tobel Center, Tikrit University. Our fourth speaker is the Honorable Dr. Sililo Amihan. He is the head research and development center, and also cluster head social sciences and humanities, and the dean College of Arts and Science and Education. And our fifth speaker is the Honorable Dr. Taufikullah M. Hum, Doctor in Language Education from Semarang State University, UNES, Indonesia, lecturer and researcher in ELT, guest lecturer at Hatta University, Thailand, presenter or speaker at seminars, conferences on language teaching, national research reviewer of the Ministry of Education and Culture, secretary in International Collaborations Officer, Indonesian Experts and Lecturer Associations, Central Java, Indonesia, visiting scholar at Ohio State University, USA, sponsored by the Minister of Higher Education and Technology, the organizing committee of Pancasakti Education Foundations for Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. And the last speaker is the Honorable Dr. Gara, doctor, not doctor, doctor. He's the, I'm sorry, he is the doctor, not the doctor. Dr. Gara Samara Brajadenta MSc, Master of Science, right? What is that? MSc Med, there's too many titles, PhD. Okay, Head Office of International Affairs, Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Head Department of Genetics, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, establishing the laboratory for COVID-19 diagnostic in the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Gunung Jati, Swadaya Gunung Jati, PhD in Genetics at the University of Poitiers, France. in 2017. Double master degree in counseling genetics and molecular biology at Diponegoro University Semarang and University of Paris, France. Master degree program in hospital management at the University of General Sudirman. Medical doctor in the Faculty of Medicine, University of General Sudirman, Purwokerto. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the first speaker, Dr. Dunyarat Boyoso, the director of Miftahudin School, or the vice mayor of I don't remember well the region, but this is southern Thailand. Doctor, hello, hello. Yeah, please do. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, you please. You can start. Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. I cannot hear your voice, Dr. Dunyarat. Wait. We cannot. Okay. Okay. So we can't hear well. Okay, you can start. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the trouble.
No problem. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. All of the participants from, I think, many countries in this morning. First of all, I would like to tell you all about my English. I can use this a bit. In the first, I have it by Dr. Joka to accept to join with this webinar in this time. I'm confused, but I want to share my experience about student teacher practice in Thailand, in the south of the. Okay, can I share screen?
Yes, sure.
Okay, the third slide.
Okay.
Okay. Breakout and certification of the program or the project problem in the south border in Thailand about Islamic border school. Yeah. Now, the ranking score of ordinary national education test in Thailand called this ONET test in Islamic border school are the last of Thailand. In Thailand have many province, about 76 province, but we are the last of them. And I learned by Al-Quran. Yeah, many ayat from Al-Quran told me about the education, such as you must learn while you have been in the cradle until you will have been carried to the tomb. And the second, you must go to have found the knowledge even through that knowledge is in China. 2 ayahs from Al-Quran. It made me to think a lot about education in the south of Thailand. I think my opinion about going out to help the other in this social is the one of Fardu Kifayah. I believe that studying and knowledge will solve it. Yeah. The next. Okay. The objective of program student practice. Yeah. The first, to improve standard of using English, Arabic, and the other subject of the student. The second, to share and learn about the difference between Thai and Indonesian culture. 3, to give a good chance for a student who pass this program. In Thailand, we call this program PPL. I don't know you call in Indonesia what is that? Yeah, because they are to get
international teaching practice.
Teacher practice. Okay. teaching practice.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. They are past this program, maybe they get a good job in the future, inshallah, I hope. And therefore, to improve studying standard of Muslim in the southern border provinces, because I think they have more knowledge, they will have positive mind, and they will love honor without fear, and will have it the violent one in yes okay, sorry, yeah. The provinces and the numbers of the school. Yeah. This program, we have many schools from the south of Thailand join with us. Now I think maybe more than 25 schools to join, but I have a problem with COVID-19 too. No student come to Thailand for this semester, นะครับ such as Songkhla province, we have 12 schools. From Yala province, 5 schools. Narathivas, 3 schools. Satun province, 3 schools. Pathalung, 2 schools. Krabi, 8 schools. Phuket, we only have 1 school from Phuket because it's so far from the south of Thailand. And Nakhon Si Thammarat, 3 schools. In Nakhon Si Thammarat also is a big school. Okay. Okay. Now, everything we do in Thailand about student teacher practice, we have many organizations to help us about everything, about the process, about the evolution, about community for the student come to join with us, because we have to do that together. Okay. One of organization in the first, the big organization in the southern border in Thailand, the Southern Border Provinces Administration Center. Now, I think so you call that SB-PAC from is in Yala province. And then in the first, because I must the visa, and you need I need the visa to student. The second organization, the Immigration Bureau, to help me. Okay.
Wait.
Okay, the next slide.
Yeah. Wait. Next slide. Okay.
Yeah, the Immigration Bureau. And on of the private school education, yeah, we have the letter in the first to make a visa for the student and send that to the ambassador in Jakarta. Okay. The first, the consulate of the Republic of Indonesia in Songkhla. Yeah. And then the last, because in the south of Thailand have many organizations. The last, the Internal Security Operation Command. Yes. And then the problem after we do that about 5 years ago, yeah, I have many problems with this program, but we can do that until now. I don't know about that because maybe everyone know why did I do that. The first problem and in the big problem for the student before they come to Thailand, the process in embassy to make the visa, because I don't know why in the embassy in Jakarta change some document every year, not standard to make them. Okay, the second standard of the student. Some semester we have high standard for the student. Some semester we have low standard. Set with the school. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
What happened?
Yeah, it's a technical problem.
Technical problem.
Yeah, you can go.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
go on.
Yeah. The last slide. The problem.
The last slide.
The problem. The problem. Okay, no problem. I have some time. Okay. The third deviation of this program, because before coming and having and the ending not have standard evaluation, maybe in the next we can do that better. The first, the timetable between the school and the university so different time, because in my program use more than 5 months to come to practice in the school. Maybe some university don't have time to do that. Some university can change the timetable for the student, and then they can learn online from Thailand to the university. Maybe in the next is so better. About the budgets in this program, now we don't have the budget from the government, but we use everything by some of budgets from the university join with us. Okay, some budget from the school, yeah, for salary the student, for meal, for the house and traveling. Some budget from the student who join with this program, and some budget from the government agencies in Thailand, such as beginning program and the end of program. Okay, the next one.
Next slide, please.
Okay. About we do this program for 5 years. The school in Thailand and the student in Thailand got many experience from the student for student internship, the student for or teacher practice from Indonesia between Thai Indo about different activity in classroom, and we can sharing culture and learning the way of life in other country, so we can update knowledge as well and publish it to our country. This is the good experience for it for do this program in Thailand. In the next, we hope this program will be joining with many countries in the future, because now we only have MOU between the southern border and Indonesia. For the school, now we can open the school. We can open the school after COVID era, but some school can open full time. Some school can open a pass, and some school cannot open now. How to do that? I have the strategic plan after COVID era. If the school can open full time, no problem. They can use normal classroom. Same the last semester. But some school cannot open full time. They can open a part. How to do? The school manage the student two group. One group study in the morning and one group study in the afternoon. And some subject, the student can study online by everywhere. The school develop a systematic way of online for teaching and learning, but not successfully now. If some school cannot open, we plan to do three ways. One, study and learning by online. And then some subject, some activities, some teacher maybe I call that delivery teachers. They must go to the house, the student house, to make and to teach the student in the house, in the village. And the last, the school plan between the school and the parent to do homeschool and plan to be developed, be the better education for the student. Yes. Now, in Thailand have have no sorry. In Thailand, do this three way to teach the student now for the school, but I don't know about the university because I only have primary school and secondary school now. But it's it is my experience I want to share with group in this morning, because I don't know the more than the education for the higher. Okay, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. So the point is that the Indonesian university students who went to Thailand, who go to Thailand for international teaching practice, both Indonesian students and also Thai students have new experiences in terms of knowledge and culture. Thank you very much, Dr. Drunyarat Bayus. So let me invite the next honorable speaker, is the Honorable Dr. Christine Ann Ferrer. Dr. Christine, are you there?
Yes, Dr. Yoga, good afternoon. Can you
Good
hear
afternoon.
me?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, let me begin now.
Sure. Yes, please.
So the ADRI President, Dr. Fatoni, are very good mentor in terms of internationalization and partnerships. Directors, and faculty of higher education institutions who are here with us today. Our audience from more than 10 nations, to the organizers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Magandang hapon po from the Philippines. It's nice to see you here again, even virtually. Maybe some of you here, we have already met before in face-to-face situations when I attended conferences in Indonesia. And also, some of you here were our audience when I delivered, with Dr. Fatoni invited me to deliver a lecture on internationalization in your ADRI conference last year. However, I wasn't able to fly from Surabaya to Bali, so I just delivered it virtually. So let me present to you my, I cannot share my screen. Will you please allow me to share my screen?
You want to use the one who will handle?
Yes. I will handle.
Okay, sure. Wait, just a moment, please.
Okay.
Okay, so you are not the host. You are not the house.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so is it already shown on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So our topic now is reimagining higher education in the post-COVID era, and I want to focus on innovative and inclusive ICN and partnerships. The current unprecedented education disruption has posed profound impact to higher education worldwide, as all of our educational institutions are compelled to take our academic services, our teaching and learning, along with our administrative operations, to digital platforms and other forms of alternative delivery systems. The big question is, how will higher education survive in the new normal? Realizing that the sudden shifts brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic have outmoded our traditional approaches to qualifications and pedagogy. We have to see our universities as agents of change, as well as hope for education to survive in the new normal. Managing our educational institutions today, surviving the odds, and at the same time preparing our universities of the yet uncertain and volatile future is indeed challenging and exciting. We need to have a massive investment of resources to establish appropriate facilities and optimal support for academic development and research. We need better information systems like learning management systems and the tools that we use for flexible learning pedagogy to support even our management tasks and we have to collaborate with our stakeholders. Our situation now may be complex, dialectical, but it is also an exciting opportunity to redesign the future of higher education. Essentially, we need leaders with an archetype leadership, one which is futuristic, innovative, transformative, and inclusive. Our schools now need visionary and transformative leaders like what we are today. The future of our
hear your voice. Dr. Christie, we cannot hear your voice. Hello, Dr. Christie? We cannot hear your voice.
Hello.
Yeah, now clear now.
Is it clear now? Okay.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
So our higher education institutions need visionary and transformative leaders like us who constantly envision the future of our schools and look for ways on how to make a difference in the way we lead the institutions and in the way we manage our people in thinking about ways on how to solve critical concerns affecting our school operations. I would also like to talk to you about reimagining the new normal in education by having these elements: learning continuity plans, support services, partnerships, and home-based internationalization, like what we are doing now. I also would like to answer this in the context of internationalization and partnerships. You might also want to see and consider UNESCO Caribbean's framework in the reopening of schools. And in this, they propose a roadmap for emerging from the crisis and preparing for the reopening of HEIs while guaranteeing the equal right to all for education. So education must continue. And the first phase of this transition process contemplates on the transition from teaching opportunity or teaching continuity to reopening that focuses primarily on providing support to students and teachers to enable pedagogical continuity with quality and equity. The second phase marks the transition from reopening to restructuring, as you can see there, which contemplates on the implementation of compensatory measures to support learning among disadvantaged students and the transfer of curricular content to digital formats. That's why we have flexible learning, we have the establishment of learning management systems, and so on to ensure inclusivity in the reopening of schools. And the last phase occurs parallel to the recovery process. It entails the documentation of the pedagogical changes introduced and the impacts following the implementation. As I was saying, I would also like to answer reinventing higher education in the light of internationalization. And as Steve Smith says, we must still keep fighting for internationalization. And we also have to be more flexible this time. This scenario has brought to the fore an opportunity to reimagine a new normal in higher education. Essentially, higher education systems must not lose sight of the importance of our collaborations and refocus our priorities on home-based internationalization activities like virtual exchanges and e-exchanges like what we are doing now. We also have to find ways of working together with our diverse networks to endure the challenges of the sudden shift by underpinning existing partnerships to expand our opportunities for virtual exchange alliances and build on new ones to propel local and global solutions in education which are relevantly adaptive to our situation. Our universities must also have to create pathways of meaningful and functional partnerships and consider networking and collaboration as one strong resolve to develop our institutional scaffolding and mutual cooperation with our local and international partners, thereby integrating international, intercultural, and global dimensions into the purpose, functions, or delivery of our services to the public. As you can see there, I have made a pyramid of inclusive and innovative higher education. On the base of this pyramid is the establishment of partnerships that serve as a basis of a strong foundation of our assets and resources, as well as the possible activities that we can do in order to face the new normal. Over the past years, the world has observed an upsurge of demand for our educational institutions to build academic alliances. Our leaders need to reinvent strategies to create partnerships as the paradigm shift of views from competition to collaboration among higher education institutions becomes the name of the game. It is through cooperation that higher education institutions find our strengths as well as our weaknesses, wherein our schools work in the true essence of collaboration and complementation. Our universities are expected to be the key drivers of development. Our assets and resources include faculty, our research, students, infrastructure, academic programs, and technology support. I'm sorry. And we shall promote a global culture of knowledge and adherence to the best practices that we share among ourselves, like what we are doing now, to strengthen our institutional capacities and realize that we can do more in working together, in hurdling the challenges of shifting our perspectives in the new normal. It is at these trying times that our institutions must collaborate together in building our universities that warrant access to quality and relevant education for all, for the young and our lifelong learners. Hence, it is essential that our educational system be redefined to include a curriculum in a learning environment that is relevant and quality education for all, for the young and lifelong learners. Hence, it is essential that our educational system be redefined to include a curriculum in a learning environment that is relevant to this pandemic situation. A university that allows the entire community across various cultures, going beyond borders virtually, for lifelong learning and gain the necessary skills and competencies of the 21st century in order to survive and contribute to a progressive society that must thrive and prosper across diverse eras, including the times of in times of pandemic. So, flash on the board are the flash on the screen are various activities for collaboration and flexible learning that we can implement in our respective institutions while capitalizing on the partnerships that we have. Let me end my presentation by quoting these words from Professor Dawn Freshwater. According to her, as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Western Australia, universities will remain vital places for the development of global citizens. A university thinks internationally, is based in the local economy, but works for the purpose of national and regional development. So our organizations with highly developed blueprints and functional staff ecosystem must become adaptable to changes, whatever situation we are in, even during this time of pandemic, and in turn, transform our institutions into global pace setters. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for outstanding presentations, Dr. Christine. Please, would you like to give the host back to me? So I'll be in charge for hosting that. Yeah.
Okay,
you. Thank you. And
how do I?
Just on my picture above in the corner, and then you click the three dots.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm the host now. Okay, I'm the host. Thank you very much. So I'm really interested. I think we are really interested in the word of flexible learning that maybe further you can explain. That's very interesting, Dr. Christine. So let me invite the next speaker, the Honorable Dr. Kanan Kudir Hassan, the head of English Department College of Education for Women, Tegal University, Iraq. Dr. Kanan, are you there? Dr. Kanan?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible to everyone?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning from Iraq.
So you want me to help to show your presentations or?
Sure, please.
Yeah, I can show the presentations on the screen, or you?
Yes,
you
please.
Or me? You'll be the host?
No, you will be the host.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So let's see your presentations here. Just a moment. Can you see that clearly? Just wait. That is voices get into the that's we have to manage the voices outside. Can bother you. Mana Dr. Kanan? Where are you, Dr. Kanan? I cannot see you. No, wait.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but I have not seen. Yeah, okay. I can see you now.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Please, you
Okay.
may start. Thank you.
Yes. This is my presentation. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Yoga, and thanks very much to University of Pancasakti, Tegal, for having me this day and this international webinar. And thank you for all the students. You know that COVID-19 is now shaping everything in our life. But in Iraq, everything is different because Iraq has been encountering many challenges 17 years ago, and I'm sure COVID-19 will not be the last. But this is the first time that something or the new normal is shaping the higher education, because higher education in Iraq is known as there are three main factors, which are teacher, student, and the book. They are they have no idea about what is distance learning. They have we have an idea. We used to present in virtual conferences and give virtual lectures, but to design curriculum online, it is a very a new model in Iraq. So after in this academic year, Iraq witnessed political and social interaction that had been paved for the demonstrations. Demonstrations were led by the Iraqi university students who were obliged to leave the university. Then after that, COVID-19 became as a pandemic and the universities were closed. So we have to act fast and use the or the distance learning. So please, next.
Next, wait. Just a moment. Yeah, sure. Wait a moment, Dr. Kanan. Why I cannot able to go to the next slide? Just a moment, please. What happens?
If you can.
Yeah, wait. Just wait. Sorry for the trouble. So you can keep talking and while we are trying to. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
please.
Yes. Sure.
Next slide, please.
Okay.
Next slide.
Because of the rapid growth of economy, empowering distance education is something very crucial for Iraq after decades of yes, that's right. After decades of traditional learning. So why now we give reasons. I will focus. Okay, do you hear me? Are you with me?
Yes. So can you see the PowerPoint well? Can you see that on the screen? Okay, thank you.
Fine. Thank you very much. Here. I will focus on the positive points about distance learning. Only positive. Okay. Why increasing awareness among Iraqi faculty concerning remote learning? Because they used to use the traditional way of learning, because there is no higher education unless you have a campus, unless you have a teacher, unless you have students and books. So for Iraq, distance learning is totally a win-win case, because Iraq has spent decades being isolated from global higher education network. The second thing is that concerning remote learning, Iraqi people need the knowledge and the skill to compete in an increasingly technology-driven world economy, because the teachers used to teach only on books. So we need to give them more wisdom and knowledge according to the marketplace demands. Next, please.
Yes. Next, please. Click.
Okay. Remote learning. The other point is that remote learning is one of the ways and means that support the educational process and transform education to the stage of creativity and the skills development and interaction from the stage of indoctrination. You know what is indoctrination? I give reading. You have only book and the student that you have to give the students lectures and knowledge according to specific curriculum from the Ministry of Higher Education, because most of the Iraqi universities are public universities. So we need to move from indoctrination into creativity and into action. Remote learning provides the learner with the use of information and communication technologies, because now we have some, until COVID-19, we have some students do not know how to use technology that supports learning process and depends on an integrated digital electronic environment that displays all the curricula across electronic networks. This means that we have platforms that can have the capacity to use massive information and massive curricula. In Iraq, this is for the information. In Iraq, most universities are hosted by Google. So Iraq now is using Google Classroom. This platform has the capacity to receive massive information, to receive massive students, because we have many thousands of students. Now, Iraq needs new models of education facilitated by educational technology. This is very important. And this what we are talking about concerning Google Classroom. Next, please.
Next, please. Okay.
This era is an exciting. This is a chance to the university, to the Iraqi universities to be creative and transforming one for students, teachers, administrators, policymakers, and also the family, because the family is engaged now with the students in the learning process. It is a time for Iraq higher education entities to take advantage of this quiet revolution. Allow me to call it a revolution, because it is a very important era to the higher education. Support of open access and open educational programs. What happens?
Next, please.
Next slide.
Yeah, wait a moment. Next slide.
Okay.
This one? This one? This one? This one or next?
No, the one before. The one before.
Banyak suara. You cepat go. This one.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay. This not this one. The students one. Ini bukan. Ganti.
Go back, please. The next one. Yes.
Okay. This one. Universities. No. Government.
Go back. Before building life remote learning, please.
This one.
No, this is the final one.
Okay, wait. Oh, this one?
No, the next one. Yes.
The next one.
Yes.
Put
No,
this one,
not
please.
this.
Not this one?
Not the previous. The next.
No, not this. This is one. This one?
The next, please.
This one?
Yeah, this one. Yes.
Okay.
Supporting open access and open educational practices and resources will be essential for enabling the rapid spread of models for pedagogy and technical implementation, because you need to combine the pedagogical process and curriculum into technical process, and we have implementation of the education and higher education in Iraq. Next, please.
Next, please.
Yes. Remote learning is one of the ways and means that support educational process and transform. Next, not previous, please. Next, not the previous.
Next. This one. This one?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
No.
No,
please,
this one.
no.
Next.
Next.
No.
Next means next.
Next. This
Yes.
one? Okay.
Yes, this one. For life long building lifelong educational process is important for the students first, because one of the biggest advantages for students is the flexibility. Distance learning makes education accessible and available anytime, anywhere there is an internet connection. And you know that distance learning also often provides access to courses that may not be available elsewhere in conventional learning environments. And this is true because students now are have the ability to access to many resources in the universities instead of depending on curriculum that is obligated by the university. Security risks, because Iraq is a dangerous place. Security risks are greatly reduced by eliminating the need for physical travel or higher education site. Next, please.
Next, please.
Yes. For the government, it is important to build a lifelong learning, because government accrue both as supporter and consumer for distance learning. As consumer, government agencies can increase their capacity for productive functioning through increased access to opportunities for updating and retraining personnel with requiring staff to travel. As supporter, the government may get benefit from distance learning, because most universities are government supervised. We call it public universities. There is often an increased cost effectiveness. Distance learning can often serve more students for lower cost. Next, please.
Next, please.
To the universities, it is important that the ability to keep the institutions of higher education viable is essential to maintaining and rebuilding national intellectual capacity to facilitate growth in all sectors. And when I say in all sectors, this means that we have faculty, we have staff, we have students. And I do agree with Dr. Dunyarat that internship is very important in the educational process, because I am, frankly speaking, I am now a learner and a teacher at the same time, because I'm learning how to build classes, how to give lessons on classroom, for example. At the same time, I give lecture to my students. And I also agree with Dr. Cynthia about supportive, we call it supportive platforms. She called them the alternate platform, because we have always the connection problems. Because if you want to, for example, to do exam, now we have final exams in Iraq. If you want to do if you want to do exam, we have the students is always conscious, because his answer will not reach to the teacher. So we have a supportive platform, supportive application that we confirm that the answer is received by the student. Distance education can also enable a university to expand its reach and increase the diversity of the student body. The diversity is also important, which can also contribute to positively to traditional on-campus student retention. This means that the students are no longer required to come to the campus. Next, please. Extending geographical access education. This means that we can practice the educational process without care of the geographical matters. Delivering educational campaigns and other educational are large audiences. And this is also important because you have a platform that can receive thousands of students. It has the capacity to receive thousands of students without taking care of the place, because in Iraq, higher education is public. So you see that the university, for example, Tikrit University has more than 30,000 students. So this large number needs classrooms, needs chairs, needs infrastructure, needs electricity. All of these can be by the distance learning. Expanding the capacity of education in a new and multidisciplinary subject area. This means that I have a PhD in English. I am in the computer science. This is the multidisciplinary now in this area. Offering the combination of family life, and now we see that. Yes. Now,
okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes.
Now we see that the family is involved with the educational process with their sons and their students, because they help them in answering the questions and making lectures and education. Now, because the students is always at home, okay? Enhancing the international dimension of educational experience. And this is what is happening now, because we are sharing our experiences. This webinar can answer this question, improving the quality of existing educational services. Sorry. Next, please.
Next, please. Just a moment. Yes, wait.
Next, please.
Yes.
I can't see.
Yeah. Can you see that?
No.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is what is called the $1 million question. Can Iraqi faculty do it? Yes, they can do it, but they need infrastructure. They need help from the government. When these three things are available, Iraqi faculty can do it. Excellent higher education staff in both in Iraq and abroad, they can implement such things. An ability to build partnership with other international universities. This can be done through MOU, through partnerships, through communications, through international conferences, international webinars. Okay, excellent governmental budget. So this platform or this kind of education needs a good budget actually, and resources with possibility of private-public partnership scenarios. Next, please. And ability to take advantage of regional online distance learning educational programs that have been already deployed in some neighboring countries such as Jordan, United Arab Emirates, Lebanon, Kuwait, and Kingdom. I studied, I have my PhD from Lebanon, so they were using blended learning, not distance learning, blended learning, and they were using e-learning, which was a supportive element to the educational process. Next, please. This is the end of slide. I want to close my presentation with an Arabic old Arabic saying, which is called "Al-ilm la yu'khadh illa min shaykh." This means that knowledge and wisdom cannot be received unless you have a wise teacher. It doesn't matter how many, yes, it doesn't matter how many books you read, but you still need a guider, you still need a teacher. Thank you very much, Dr. Yoga, and thanks to the honorable speakers and honorable audience.
Thank you very much. Can I say? Thank you very much, Dr. Khanna, for your excellent presentations. I love that because this is my first time hearing the experience in Iraq. That's very nice. So I learned a lot about that, especially the educations in Iraq. And distance learning is is safer for the students because of the condition of Iraq. Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me invite the next speaker. We will have two more speakers left, and will be the next speaker will be the Honorable Dr. Taufikullah. Dr. Selilo, sorry. Dr. Selilo, we have three more, I'm really sorry for this. We will have three more speakers, Dr. Selilo, Dr. Taufikullah, and Dr. Gara. So let me invite the Honorable Speaker, Dr. Selilo Amihan from Perpetual Help System Delta University of Perpetual Health System Delta, Philippines. Dr. Amihan, okay, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I wish to share my screen so that I would be the one to control.
Oh, you'll be the one to control, okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes, please.
My pleasure. Yes, sir. Just a moment.
I promise I'll return it back to you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, you are now the host.
Okay, so let me just try to share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, so
we cannot see that. Okay.
Okay, that's it. Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for involving the University of Perpetual Help System, in this discussion on reinventing higher education. With special thanks, of course, to the organizers, to the Office of Cooperation and International Affairs, and of course with ADRI and with the Master in Pedagogy Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. Okay, so good day to all from the University of Perpetual Help System. So just a backgrounder, we understand that we all experience now a disruption in education. That's why we are having this kind of conversation, and something affecting all parts of the globe. It also affects all type of educational institutions. In the Philippines, in context of our discussion right now, we have different identities of universities. Just a minute. Anyways, I would just request from all the participants to please mute your mic so that we could understand each other. Anyways, for Philippine higher education institutions, we may be identified as either college, professional institutes, and universities, or We could be regulated, deregulated, or autonomous. In our case, we are a university, and at the same time, we are an autonomous university, thereby enjoying certain privileges and autonomy from regulating bodies. Also, other identity identifiers are with the ranking, whether you're with QS and Times Higher Education. With the accreditation level also, it reflects the assurance, quality of assurance of an institution. And with the calendar year that a university is using, whether semestral, trimestral, or quadmestral, whether you are providing other forms of education such as ETIAP, well, this is ETIAP. And with regards to the mode of instruction, a university may be labeled as an open university, or it would be the regular, the most common residential type. We are trying to discuss all of this. It's because we would want to deliver higher quality education. Well, quality education, the higher level HEIs, and during a crisis situation. So the analysis would be like this. During pre-COVID, before the crisis for higher education, let's try to analyze what we did. And comes now a COVID scenario with the crisis. And learning from both, we should be able to create a future of higher education. So that's how we label it as higher education being reinvented. Now, at the center of the conversation would really be technology, trying somehow to bridge the gap between the education and the students during this crisis. But the figures here would say that there is a digital divide, and it's a global picture. 50% only have household computers. And even in the US, these are the figures of those with adequate without adequate connectivity. So you could just imagine the struggles and then the challenges. But let's try to go back with how we did our education before the crisis, pre-COVID. Mostly we did things residentially, wherein we are confined in a controlled environment. Classrooms were designed really for optimum learning, wherein there are schools already in the Philippines who are labeled as open universities, and it's regulated under a certain law. Most higher education institutions in the Philippines use learning management systems, but only as add-ons. It's not really a requisite. It's not really a need as regulated, but it's more of an add-on. And it's not really the main learning platform. It's only used during suspensions, wherein many classes are being stalled. Now, mostly in the Philippines, we adhere to traditional assessment methods, and even in the grading systems, we could see that there would still be we would still factor in the computation for the grades, attendance and recitation components, and these require face-to-face interaction. And mostly our assessment are process-based. Now, during the COVID, we were prompted and we tried to respond by trying to make arrangements of work from home. We tried to establish alternative delivery modes. We tried to do social distancing and other safety protocols. Then there would be no mass gatherings as reflected in this kind of scheduling also. And during the crisis, I think there was online crunching. A lot of schools really thought of LMS as a need, and indeed it is really a need because of the crisis. And it served as the main learning platform. However, let me state that when you acquire an LMS, it would take years perhaps for it to be calibrated and for you to perfect that kind of system in delivering your instruction. However, because of time constraints, because we were caught unaware, then we tried to embrace the learning systems, but these are uncalibrated. Now, there were also explosion of terms. There were online learning, flexible learning, and so on. And there were unlimited webinars. But there were also misnomers. There were confusions with regards to terminologies. And there should be a distinction between these kinds of terminology, such as remote learning, has somehow been equated with educational technology. Emergency remote learning has been equated with online learning. And the new normal at present it's not being distinguished with the new normal of the future. But I think in context of our discussion, what we are trying to reinvent is the new normal of the future. And it has been established already beforehand that when you talk of reinventing education, it's post-COVID. Therefore, it's the new normal of the future. And that's where I'll try to center my discussions on. During the crisis also, there were identity crises for higher education institutions in the Philippines. The adoption of lots of technologies, primarily learning management systems, may be for short term. Some are not really that sure whether it's for medium term and long term. And it's really very important for planning. It also led to knowledge investments, mainly because there have been online deposits of contents. There was migration of contents to online platforms, and it's not just about the knowledge, including the assessment and other things. There was a mental health issue, and we expect that there will be a crisis after the COVID, wherein student welfare services during the crisis took a backseat due to cost reduction demands. And during the crisis, there have been so many research data that would remain potential if we won't be using those data for analysis and for decision making. Schools have been restructured. Terms such as right sizing, redundancy, retrenchment were somehow being allowed because of the situation. Now, looking at the future, I think we have a positive future. We need to think of the future as something positive. Wherein these are the scenarios before COVID in the instruction, during the COVID, and then the post-COVID. If you could see in the post-COVID, these are somehow the ideal scenarios that we hope to see in the classroom setting. Wherein before there was teacher-centered, during there was more of there was an inclination towards learner-centered. Now we have a teacher-learning collaboration in the future. From traditional flexible, I think there would be more of blended because mainly because of the acquisition of the technology already. From before regular residential to online, now there's flipped classroom. It has been discussed already by the previous presenters. And I think because of the technology, because of the availability already of the lectures and contents in the LMS, what we need to do during the residential learning would be a flip classroom. From synchronous to asynchronous, I think there would be an appreciation of both in the future. From process and content to content and output based, now I think there would be more on process and output as verification. From faculty-led discussions, we moved to self-directed, and then I think in the future there would be more teacher learning collaboration, and these are somehow nice scenarios in the teaching and learning process. Now, in reinventing the higher education institutions, I think after COVID, when there won't be any more crisis and things would go back to normal, I think there would be positive changes wherein there would be a rightly structured organization, meaning it's a right-sized organization. I think there would be more diversified delivery of services, and it would mean a more inclusive education, mainly due to the types of delivery of instruction that we try to test, and we won't be throwing those things away. We would be utilizing them. We would try to maximize them so that we could reach out to more audience as possible, and audience would mean the students. For educational technologies before COVID, they were in the backseat. They have been in the conversation, yes, but I think they were more on the backseat. Now they are on the front seat during COVID, and I think when we go past COVID, they won't be on the backseat anymore. I could not necessarily say they would be on the front seat, but most importantly, I think they would be a crucial part of the delivery of instruction. After COVID, we would have a more resilient higher education, wherein there would be learning continuity plans regardless of the type of disaster that will strike us. I think we are more than ready for that. I think there won't be any worse scenario than COVID that we are experiencing right now. Now, from having pseudo teachers, I think we would have more professional teachers. when I talk of pseudo teachers in the higher education, I think many professors in higher education were not really designed, were not really trained to become teachers. It's because they are experts of their own fields, of their contents. But now, because of the COVID, a lot are discussing about pedagogy. A lot are discussing about andragogy. Therefore, somehow trying to keep up with the training necessary for you to be professional teachers. Next, I think before COVID and during COVID, there was more of isolation. In the future of higher education, there would be that magnified longing for social intimacy. Activities involving other students would be more tightly knitted, and I think those would be accelerated. So, as a parting word to the audience, I think the future of education not so much relies on what we experience as circumstances of the past and of at the present. I think it is created by how we envision the ideal. And when I talk of ideal, I think that is staying true to the purpose of refining or humanizing the society. So from the University of Perpetual Help System, Dalta in the Philippines, thank you and maraming salamat.
So thank you. I like this one.
Okay, now I'm giving you back the hosting role again.
Thank you. Thank you very much for
Which one?
excellent presentations. No, I know. Okay, that's you are very good in divining pre, during, and post. That is very interesting for me. The most important is teacher-learner collaborations. That is now we must do it. Okay, thank you, Dr. Amihan, for your presentations. Thank you for sharing with us. Now I would like to invite the next speaker. We will have two more speakers. The Honorable Dr. Taufikullah Amhum from Pancasakti University. Dr. Taufik, are you there? Dr. Taufik? Dr.
Okay.
Taufik, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Can you please switch the host to me?
Oh, sure. No, you are the host.
All right. Thank you. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everybody. Before I begin my presentations, let me convey my big thanks and also appreciation to my fellow presenters for spending their valuable time to share thought and ideas in this occasion. I also thanks to the participants from inside and across the region, from Central Java, from West Java, from East Java, and also from Sulawesi and many others, and also across the countries, from maybe from Philippines, from Thailand, and others. Yeah, in this occasion, I would like to share my ideas and thought about the educational paradigm in Indonesia before and after COVID-19. But before I go further to the topic, I would like to share with you a brief profile about our university, about Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, or UPS. You know, this is the private university in the northeast of Central Java, in the border between West Java and also Central Java. And we have about 6 faculties or schools: Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Economic and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Social Studies, Social and Government Studies, Faculty of Marine and Fishery. And we also have 3 programs for graduate here: Master of Pedagogy, the one hosting this kind of discussions today, and also Master of Law and Master of Management. About the student body, we have about 6,000 students and 180 teaching staff. And we also hold some certification program for professions. Yeah, profession certification program, school teachers, principal, and many other professions. And here also we are promoting, or we are having the program for internationalization. Yeah, our university or UPS has set up MOU with many universities in Thailand, in Philippines, in India, in Malaysia, in Singapore, Vietnam, UK, and others, with some programs that we have run, like student mobility, staff exchange, joint conference, research and publication, community service, and many others. We've been working in the past few years with some universities in Thailand, in Malaysia, in Philippines, yeah, for doing this kind of programs. But in this COVID pandemic era, I mean, we stopped directly to run this kind of programs, but yeah, we still have another program like what we are having today, is hosting an international focus group discussions as one of the programs set up in the one of the program as stated in the MOU. Most of the speakers who presented today are from the universities which already had MOU with us, with our university, with UPS. But yeah, only the two speakers, I mean, the universities of the two speakers haven't set up any MOU with us, yeah, today, from First Hassan University, Morocco, and also from Tikrit University. Maybe later after the pandemic, yeah, we are considering to have MOU so we can run further programs. All right, that is a brief profile of our university of UPS. I mean, the one who is hosting this conference. And the next is about COVID-19 in Indonesia. As I'm presenting in the screen are two tables, yeah, of the COVID-19 progress, yeah, in the beginning of June, on end of June to 2020, and also 7th of July 2020. I'm quite sad with this because the number of people confirmed with COVID-19 disease, yeah, with COVID-19 has been increasing day by day. You know, in less than one month, you know, the number is significantly increasing. Yeah, it is double in number. All right. Yeah. Current condition. This is Indonesian current conditions about COVID-19. Indonesia has around 270 million populations, and the COVID-19 case has spread all over Indonesia in 34 provinces with 455 regencies of cities. Yeah. So Indonesia has 270 million populations. The case started in the beginning of March 2020, shifting from normal to abnormal life, which was running between March and April. Some areas ran big-scale social restrictions, but it didn't last longer due to the massive impact to social and economic aspects. Around June, our government issued some policies to deal with Corona by promoting a new normal era, living normally with many conditions, dealing with health protocols. Many cities or regencies are now running such a policy, even though schools or campuses are still closed. People started working as usual with some restrictions. Malls, restaurants are open for public. Yeah, but where we are actually, here in the screen, I'm presenting you, I'm in the phases of life from the normal, abnormal, new normal, and normal. Actually, where we are, yeah, where are we? Indonesian people, yeah. During 1 month from June and July, as shown in the previous table, the cases significantly increased. The Health Ministry has announced that 82 people died of COVID-19 on Sunday, the highest reported death toll in a day so far since the outbreak in the country started, bringing the official death toll up to 3,000 and more. Not all people follow the rules of new normal. Many neglect. They are not wearing masks. yeah, or follow, I mean, the rule relating to health protocols by our government. The cases are still getting increased in number day by day. The opening of public sectors is to have impact to high transmissions of COVID-19. Yeah, current condition of our education. Indonesia has around 45 millions of the students, so it is such a big number, yeah? And 7 millions are enrolled in higher education. So 50 millions more students in Indonesia of 270 populations. On March 2020, soon after the case started, our government, through Ministry of Education and Culture, issued a decree relating to education. Schools are closed, national examination was cancelled, the school exam were adjusted by the schools, distance learning was to be taken, and online approach to the process of student registration was to be undertaken. This is the policy of our ministry, yeah, our related ministry, soon after, I mean, the pandemic happened in our country. Teachers with good digital literacy run online learning by making use of social media like WhatsApp, yeah, and other platform, and also some application platform like such as Google Classrooms and Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and many other platforms. But teachers with low or poor digital literacy run the distance learning with assignment method. They only assign the students, yeah. So they give some kind of task, yeah, to the students to do, and then to be weekly submitted, yeah. All right, and then, yeah, current condition of our education. For higher education or university and college in Indonesia, online learning is to be taken. Parents are involved in such a process for playgroup, kindergarten, elementary school, and junior high school. So I'm talking about the phenomenon of education in general, in all levels of education in Indonesia. The funds are allocated to support the student for online learning. I mean, the student, especially for higher education student, university student, college student, they get fund from the universities and also from the government, yeah, for mobile, for buying, yeah, for gaining the mobile data, yeah, for online learning. The school and campuses are prohibited to hold events or activities involving many people, such as graduation ceremony and the like. Some issues raised due to this kind of policy. Yeah, many teachers or lecturers are found digitally illiterate. There is a big digital gap among the teachers. Many teachers are literate in digitally, but many teachers are illiterate digitally, and also insufficient digital infrastructure. Students got frustrated since the teachers or lecturers only uploaded lessons without meaningful feedback, and the discussion were poorly facilitated. You know, these are some issues of the teaching and learning process during the COVID-19. Educational paradigm after COVID-19. The world will not be the same after the crisis, and the education won't be either. For many years, the digital economy has rocked the world by a lot of invention in business and industry. Gojek is the sample of the invention in Indonesia. It is not only a new models of digital economy, but it drives the new behavior of consumers. Yeah, the global pandemic is keeping well millions of people at home for doing online learning activities. This implies that education started to shift into a new models, a digital education. And then our president, yeah, President Jokowi, made an unprecedented move in October 2019 to shake up the country's embattled education sector by appointing a digital tycoon as the new education minister. Nadiem Makarim, the founder of Gojek, is the poster boy for Indonesia's fast-growing digital economy, and it is hoped that he will be able to inject, to bring reform, innovation, bringing new ideas to our nation, yeah, to our education, yeah. That implies Indonesian education with or without this global pandemic heading to digital education in future in response to the fast growing of globalization. And then this is my last slide, last slide, educational paradigm. Online or virtual learning or blended will be part of our learning in all levels of education, so that those involved in education must be adapted with online learning tools. You know, I agree with what was presented by Dr. Kanan in Iraq. Online learning is not something new in Iraq, or maybe it is not something, it's not something that we got used to do it in the past time, but it is considered to be something new, yeah, in our education, not only in Iraq, not only in other countries, but also in Indonesia. And you know, because it is something new, so we have a problem with adjustment. And providing sufficient or adequate digital infrastructure will be focus of Indonesian government. In this learning era, online era, there are many teachers or lecturers have problem with running the online learning, yeah, because of the problem as I presented before, like a poor internet bandwidth, and then not all areas in Indonesia are having a good internet connections, yeah, and many others. And the next education's paradigm in Indonesia will also require changes in some aspect like policies, curriculum. Yeah. So whether we like or we dislike, I mean, we should reconstruct curriculum. We should remake the curriculum, which meets the need of people and also the fast growing of technology and globalization. Free platform of online learning will be used, of course. Yeah, I myself use some platform for my online learning, for my online instructions to my students, such as Zoom and also Microsoft Teams. But now my university is developing a learning management system, yeah, in which we can use it. Yeah, it is our own, so we can use it for many purposes. And yeah, that's all I think. Thank you very much. For further discussion, I think you can share with me, yeah, at the end of this session. Or yeah, one more. Beside being a lecturer at my university, I'm also active in the organization called Indonesian Expert and the Association of Indonesian Expert and Lecturer of Central Java, Indonesia. I've been working with. I've been working for the last few years for setting up cooperation between Indonesian universities, yeah, and also foreign universities. So for those who are interested in international cooperation or setting up MOUs, so you may contact me after the pandemic, of course. Yeah. So normally in 1 year, we have a lot of agenda with foreign universities, not only MOU signing, but also some cooperation programs like I mentioned before, student mobility, staff exchange, and many others. Thank you very much, Dr. Yoga. That's all what I can present. Thank you.
Switch the horse back to me.
All right, wait.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Taufik, for a very detailed explanation about Indonesians' education condition at this time or at present. Other Indonesians may know well about this, but not for other speakers or other participants from other countries like Russia, USA, Pakistan, Nigeria, and other countries, because we have so many participants from all over the world. Okay, I would like to invite the last speaker, the Honorable Dr. Gara from. He's the head of international affairs of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati. The Honorable Dr. Gara, you here? Dr. Gara, you here?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yoga. May I share screen by myself?
Sure, my
Okay.
pleasure. Just a moment.
Okay.
No. Okay. No, the horse is yours.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Yoga, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I am Dr. Gara Samara Brajadinta from Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Cirebon, Indonesia. And I would like to talk about the considerations for reopening institutions of higher education in the COVID-19 era from medical perspective. I think I will skip this slide since I am sure you have already familiar with this term, and recently Dr. Taufik has explained clearly about the recent conditions about the COVID-19 in Indonesia. So we'll go forward. And containment and surveillance is the cornerstone of any conversations about reopening our campuses. We know that we will need to have a robust system in place to detect the emergence and spread of infections. And the institutions will have different approaches to meeting these goals, and many times this will to be in close collaborations with public health and local health organizations. And the first, it will be important to ensure that the testing is available to all members of the community who develop symptoms of COVID-19. When cases are identified and exposed, persons subsequently found. And it's important that systems are in place to ensure those ill individuals can be isolated and the exposed persons can be quarantined. And finally, the area of emerging research include how we will detect asymptomatic individuals. And of course, many institutions and researchers are developing strategies around viral surveillance, and this will be an important part of our reopening plans. And finally, I would like a note about antibody or serologic testing. Currently, the researcher doesn't support us being deployed widespread. And however, we need to continue to watch their emerging evidence on this. And if when we can determine serologic testing becomes a marker of immunity, it may become a future important part of our strategy. So as we think about the preparations within the student health service itself, there are several key tasks for us to be working on right now. And the first and foremost are those partnerships. The partnership with local health agencies, with other health systems and public health are the cornerstone of ensuring that we are able to provide all the different services we need to. And the campuses should begin now anticipating their needs for personal protective equipment and determining if and when they will be able to procure it. And good tools exist through the CDC of estimating how many masks, or for example, how many gowns you might need to for activities such as screening, vaccinations, and treatment. And the next slide, we'll talk about the specifics, but delivery of patient care in COVID era will look different, and we need to make sure that we have the policies and procedures in place, the staff training, and the facilities to support it. And finally, one of the most important rules that the medical leadership at the student health services provide is that advising our campus leadership, ensuring that campus level policies, communications, and education are grounded in evidence-informed sound public health practice. So what are some specifics of the patient's care that we might want to be considering at this time? For example, the telemedicine should very much remain one of the primary modes of care delivery when it's possible. It's also critical for vulnerable populations, persons who may be higher risk of COVID-related complications when they acquire the infection. And it's important that we are able to identify anyone who might have COVID-19 infections before they come to our facilities, and when we determine they need in-person care, that we have robust protocols in place to ensure that we are able to protect other students and staff from the infections. And a careful modifications and review of our facilities will be needed, whether that's creating physical distancing within the students' health service, assessing the regular ongoing cleaning we need, and also making determinations about the cleaning needed in the event that we would have a suspected case. And working closely with your local facilities, environmental health and safety to assess air exchange and other aspects of your facilities are tasks that can be taken on now. And care will look different in the post-COVID world, and we want to make sure our campus community is well prepared and understand the new processes that may be in place, and that we continually assess satisfaction with them. And we want to support and train our staff members, in particular thinking about how we handle high-risk employees, as well as in the event of the inevitable employee exposure. We also need to review and update financial models to account for COVID-related expenses and lost revenue. Changi a bit many much has been written about this, but we know that art throughout our campus, there are basic things that need to be considered in terms of our facilities. Physical distancing will remain important, whether that is for our staff or for our students. Making physical modifications can happen. No enhanced surface cleaning continue to play a really important role, as it does the use of face covering and PPA when indicated. And many simple strategies such as poster or signal perhaps when paired with other public information campaign, remind individuals to comply with campus rules, as well as supporting hand sanitizer and implementing no touch option whenever possible. And the COVID-19 pandemic represents a significant infectious disease threat to our campus communities, but possibly more significant to that is, yeah?
Kindly mute mix, please. Kindly mute mix, because the sound is not really good here. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Wait.
Noises or voices that come into the webinar, so your presentation is not clearly heard by the participants, like Joven Buenaventura.
Okay, can I continue?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Now it's better now. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Sorry. So the COVID-19 pandemic represents a significant infectious disease threat to our campus community, but possibly more significant to that is the threat that COVID-19 presents from mental health standpoint. Our students are being bombarded by the negative media. They are being asked to physically distance themselves, which is leading to increased isolations and disruptions of their normal routine. So it's not surprising that we are facing ever increasing demands for the mental health care. Okay, so campus preparations really is an important part of our fast reopening on our college campuses, and we want that preparations to be organized. We want it to be safety focused, and we would like to have it be informed by our medical and mental health and our public health staff on our campuses, and that's made it difficult. I know for all of us in college health to completely stay in our lanes when it comes to COVID-19, because at its heart, COVID-19 is a healthcare and a public health crisis, and our campus need from healthcare and public health to deal with this crisis. And in addition, as we were putting these guidelines together, it was important for the force to work with our partners, both nationally and internationally, to look at these guidelines and help us to fit these guidelines. And as you move forward on your campus, I know that all of us understand that the engagement of our executive leadership at the very top of our college and universities is critical to this process being effective, and also the continuing oversight and coordinations of the COVID-19 planning and response committee that your campus has put together. So when our campuses are fully open, we may have thousands, even tens of thousands of students who living and dining on our campuses, and it will be difficult in a situation where our campus and our community is still at full physical distancing to maintain the level of safety for our students in our standard housing setting, while we often will have some single rooms. And many students are living in rooms with 2 or more individuals housing space roommates from different parts of the country in places that are high prevalence for COVID-19, for example, from Jakarta or Surabaya, and in places that may have been low prevalence for COVID-19. And we also know that our housing situations on our campus will have a differential effect on high-risk individuals in our students' populations and frankly in our staff and faculty population as well. So our campuses are going to need to answer a fundamental questions, which is in the first wave of bringing students back to our residence halls and to other on-campus housing and to full activities on our campus. Is it appropriate for high-risk individuals to be part of the first wave, and how do you do that in a way why there is both understanding of the needs of these individuals, but also the difficulties that we have when we have high-risk medical conditions. We will need to be proactive in identifying appropriate residential space either on the campus or in some cases, if we don't have extensive availability to free up residential space, looking at off-campus locations for isolations and quarantine of on-campus students. We need to be sure that we have appropriate PPA or CDC guidelines for our custodial staff so that when they are doing cleaning and standard housing, and more importantly, when they are doing cleaning and isolations and quarantine space, that they have the protection that they need. Our RAS really are our public health officers on the ground in the residents' life, and it will be important for them to be fully trained on public health measures and the signs and symptoms of COVID-19. And finally, we want to look at on our campuses what sort of events and social activities are important as we move through a past reopening, which we do, which one should we not do in this situation where we may have ongoing need for physical distancing. And our dining areas in college and universities can often be very large space, and in a normal situation, they can be a large and, for example, the table and chairs can be very closely spaced, certainly not maintaining current recommendations in terms of physical space. And there are a large number of interpersonal interactions that take place in our dining areas. So if we are going to, in the early phase of reopening our campuses, be able to maintain appropriate physical distancing and other infection control and prevention measures, there will have to be some change made, and it could be that we will need to limit the number of individuals in that facilities at one time. That can be in a way that's currently being done in many of our supermarkets or our shopping areas, where people are let in numbers to maintain the maximum capacity of the building. Therefore, people have left so people can come in. So it will be important to continue take-out meals options. So this is our campus, Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati. Since early May, Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati has established a laboratory for diagnose COVID-19 and has been appointed as one of the COVID diagnosis laboratory in West Java, Indonesia by the government. Okay, so as a closing statement from me, that there is no returning to normal after COVID-19, but there's a path forward called new normal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Dr. Gara, would you please switch back?
Okay.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. That's lovely. I learned a lot from the medical point of view. And I love when you say that we are now having a greater mental health issues. Then I'm curious to know, so is there any further research about greater mental health issue on the higher education students, especially in Cirebon or maybe in Indonesia? And congratulations for being appointed by the government for establishing the laboratory. That's very nice. Excellent.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, hopefully there will be a further research about mental health issue in Indonesia or in Cirebon or in Unswagati. I'm sorry, in Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to see that Dr. Gara is the last speaker today. So we would like to see if there is any question. Only one question. So because the limited of time, I'm really sorry. And we have the question from the same persons, Ibu Nur Indah. But Ibu Nur Indah are you there? Or should I read the questions? Or any speakers will answer the question?
I'm still here. I'm sorry, I'm still here, and Amihan already answered my question.
Oh,
yes.
So sorry. Thank you, Dr.
Amihan.
Yeah. Okay.
Amihan sent what is a kind of chat to me, special to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amihan, for being so helpful for us. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Amihan. Ladies and gentlemen, the dear participants, I'm really sorry for perhaps because I'm really tired hosting this webinar. We see on the link, the material link, so you can download from the link the presenters' materials. And also we have the feedback link. Again, I will emphasize here, feedback link. So you have to fill out the feedback and then automatically you will get this e-certificate into your email. So if you do not fill out the feedback link, you will never get the e-certificate. Is that clear, dear participants, dear audiences? Thank you very much for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much and highly appreciate to our honorable guest speakers for their fruitful contribution to this event. We do hope this momentous event will be a good start for the future of education. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have to come to the end of the agenda. Thank you for your cooperative and attentive listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bis juga.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Makasih.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kalaka.
Thank you so much to all the speakers.
Don't forget to fill out. Yeah, don't forget to fill out the link.
Can you show us the slide more? Yeah, the link.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure. Please. We
Yeah.
still have time. Okay, before we close. Is that clear?
Oh my God.
Yeah, we also write down on the chat comment, Ibu, Bapak. We also write down the link on the chat comment.
E-certificate.
When you fill out the link, the feedback link, you will be automatically sent. The e-certificate will be sent automatically to your email. So you have to fill out.
Okay.
Yes.
After that, you check
Thank
the email.
you,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen.
For all of. I very appreciate it. I learned a lot from you.
Ini orang-orang
Guys.